Hey guys, my name is Mike and welcome to my hardcore world. But let's jump back in time, shall we? Where we teleport to day 1100 in our hardcore world, where things just look way different than what they do today. So you, the viewer, are going to join me, where together we're going to unfold what happened between day 1000 and 2000 to help transform this world into our ultimate dwarven dream. If that sounds like something you'd enjoy, I'd hugely appreciate it if you'd consider hitting that subscribe button. And if you don't have time to watch the whole video right now, please don't worry, but you can always leave it running in the background, which helps us out massively. However, let's go ahead and jump into the video. So as the clock struck midnight and we hit day 1000, unfortunately my goal was, shock horror, to try and finish the entranceway by day 1000, which is starting off with a little bit of foreshadowing, as, spoiler alert, we didn't get it done, so I headed to the end and got on with some terraforming. And I think I'm going to go ahead and relocate these chests, as at the moment my goal is to completely get rid of all of this outside the base so it's clean and fresh. And now with the chests moved and we have more storage outside, we can go ahead and get to work on terraforming the right side of our entrance by building up this wall. And the goal here is to simply make the wall look like it was carved out by the dwarfs some time ago. So it will need texturing, but that will come eventually. And so far so good, but we've still got a long way to go. But we also need to terraform this land a lot, so we're gonna need to go and gather some things. It's time to head into the nether and see if we can grab a few more beacons. And if you're fairly new to the channel, now is a probably good time to explain the reason why I'm not looking forward to doing this isn't because I'm actually that scared of the nether anymore. It's actually more just down to the pure fact that I have the most unluckiest luck, if that's a thing, in the world when it comes to dealing with wither skeletons. I literally had to kill 100. Considering I have looting 3 on my sword, the average is only supposed to be about 40, I think. It took me 100 to get my first beacon in both hardcore worlds. So the goal here is to either try and get 3 to 4 beacons, or enough skulls for 3 to 4 beacons, should I say, or we get bored and sick of killing skeletons, whichever comes first, but we'll find out. And just for reference, we're currently on 112 killed, so we'll see how many we're on by the time we get our first 3. Hey! Finally got one. You can see that we're now at 231 wither skeletons. We were at 115 when we started this. It's getting a bit ridiculous. Alright guys, we are currently live on Twitch, but I'm taking a very quick break just to quickly say that we finally got 12 more wither skulls. Yesterday, I was killing withers for an hour and a half and I got 1 skull. Today, I've been live for an hour and a half so far, and I've managed to get 11. The RNG just was not in my favour, but if I show you guys very, very quickly, still, we've killed 415 wither skeletons to gain 5 beacons. It'll be 5 beacons in total, 400 skeletons. So the math kind of helps in our favour now, but it's still not fun. It's time to take the skulls that we had and go and kill some withers to gather some more beacons. There's the second one down. That's one way to dig a tunnel. And there we are, guys. We've managed to get the 3 stars that we need for the 3 beacons. So we're actually right next to some lava, as you can hear. So we're just going to very, very quickly dig above the lava and hope that we can pour a bucket of water on it and pick up all the obsidian. And we may need more obsidian, so we may have to come back down, but for now we can head back up and start making these beacons. And now we're back up, we can go ahead and gather the materials, and with that said, we've now got 3 more beacons we can put into the world. We are going to have to farm beacons because they are going to make awesome lights in the elven cities, I think. And with more beacons in the world now, I can go ahead and place one down in what's going to be an entrance hallway to this dwarven kingdom. I really want to have this kind of grandiose hallway with lots of pillars and lots of cool decor and designs in the walls that really helps just give you that sense of like, whoa, as you walk into this mighty dwarven kingdom. And now it's in place, I can go ahead and start by making some progress in digging out this new hall. Well, we've finally come outside where we've got now a couple of double chests worth of stone, so we can move on to working on the entranceway. So the first thing we need to do in order to get this entranceway done is we need to actually make the top of this kind of mini cliff protrude out at the center bit so that these columns actually touch the stone, and then the stone kind of like goes back over on itself, and this is going to be its own separate little mound. But let's just get to work and you'll see what I mean. So the first job is to go along the top here and just kind of finish off this kind of like little rocky outcrop area, making sure that most of the stone is on the outside with only a few divots to make it look a bit natural. Yep, and that's slowly taking shape. I think we do need to adjust these bits a little bit, but we need some more stone because we need to go ahead and create the center point of the first mountain. So if you're unfamiliar with the Lord of the Rings, Moria as a dwarven city runs under a mountain range called the Misty Mountains. This is going to be a monument in our world. It's going to be a center point. I want to be able to make these mountains visible from every possible area that we're going to build in. So we need to build it really tall and really wide. But if I go really high up, as you'll be able to see, the east gate and where I want to put the west gate into our dwarven city is a bit too close if we were to use this current mountain, so we have to create an entirely new one from scratch, and I want it to be way bigger than what it currently is. I want to go ahead and make the ultimate peak of the mountain a little bit further west than where the current mountain is that we built under. So let's just go ahead and build this all the way up to build height, and there we are. We've hit the height limit for building, and we're so far up you can only just see the previous top of the mountain, so we're going to dig down just a couple of blocks. That should about do it. I want to leave some room for building a certain building on the top of this mountain, so we don't want to be hitting exact build height. However, we can now head back down here. We can then build a very rough outline of how we want this mountain to kind of angle up to the peak. Although we will come back and change this at some point, it just gives us a very rough idea. Well, it looks funky when you've only done one, but we need to repeat this 100 times in order to see just how this is going to look. So let's just go ahead and time-lapse this. You know, being real honest, as I was building this, I wasn't really feeling it until I've actually taken a step back and taken a look at this objectively. I actually really like the direction that this is going. I actually really like this effect. I think it's a great start, but we've got a lot to get done because I'd like to get this whole front done, hopefully by the end of this video, but time is running out. Well, we've been placing blocks for a few hours now, so let's take a look at how this has turned out so far. And that is looking pretty incredible for a start of the Misty Mountains. There's a long way to go, obviously. This is just the beginning of a probably 1,000 day project, so we're not going to focus on this all in one go. We're probably just going to include a little bit in each video and chip away at it, but this is the east entrance, and so far it's looking super cool. So with the hopes of trying to get the entranceway done before the end of day 1000, obviously it didn't work. As we headed into day 1130, we moved on to the next episode in our series of trying to build our Dwarven Empire. So I'm going to go ahead and break the fourth wall very quickly and just very quickly apologize. We did actually lose a lot of the replay footage from these earlier videos, but after we upgraded our PC, I completely forgot to back them up and wiped them accidentally. So we have lost a lot of replay footage, but we did kickstart this episode by building and digging out a large area for that epic dwarven entranceway we mentioned earlier in the video. So we then accidentally came into an open cavern area that I decided to do the smart thing and try and blow up with TNT. And in doing so, we came across my arch nemesis, which is finding underground pockets of water, which would become the bane of my existence. Seriously. Alright, we've used up all 900 plus of our TNT, but it's a little bit dark in this area, so we're going to try and light it all up, without dying, of course. And with that done, I'm going to turn my attention back to the Great Hall, because we didn't quite get it done in the last video. Because, as some of you, or most of you will be aware, last episode we dug this out, but it's still very bare and needs a lot of work. Just short of 4 hours later on a live stream, and this is what we've managed to come up with so far. We've managed to start and complete one pillar, but we've got a design that we absolutely love. Now we just need to rinse and repeat this 5 more times, and then we've got an entire idea that we've developed over the live stream that we're going to do on top of these pillars. If not, we're just going to repeat the pillars again, but I think I've got a really cool idea. So we're going to get to work continuing to build all the rest, then we're going to work on the second part before we move on back to the city. Now we just have to go through each one, placing down a bunch of torches just to avoid any mobs from spawning, to try and improve efficiency around the base. And with that all lit up, this video was supposed to be about transforming this area behind me into our first Dwarven city area, and we were going to build a few starter buildings and a couple of farms. However, I'm realizing that 1000 TNT blocks was nowhere near enough to blow this up to the size that we require it for the series. Not to mention that this is probably going to take several hundred out, well, maybe not several hundred, but it's definitely going to take probably 10 to 20 hours in order to fully transform this. There is one project we can do in the new Dwarven City area, which is probably mandatory if we want to actually continue this next week, and that is we're going to have to build a creeper farm in order to get enough gunpowder and passively generate it as we build this area, so that next week we can come in, blow this up and build it up. So the first protocol is to grab all of the trapdoors. Go ahead and place these trapdoors in there, but I want to make a multi-tiered farm to see if it'll work. The design that I actually followed was just a single farm, but I want to see if we can experiment by building multiple of these farms on top of each other to increase the efficiency and the output of the creeper farms. And that's not going to be anywhere near enough, so we're going to have to go and gather some wood. Oh no. And for an upcoming project, this entire area needs deforesting anyway, so we're going to kill 2 birds with 1 stone and get to work on deforesting the area. I was chopping down trees and I farted. That dwarf curry last night was spicy. But with a full inventory of wood, we can head back and put it into storage, like so. Then we could get to work grabbing the rest of the materials we'd need from the creeper farms, such as carpets. It's worth heading back into this room. Now, if you're new to the series, you're not going to be familiar with what this is, but basically this is where our farm operates, and down here we've got our huge sugarcane farm that we made a few episodes ago, and this is a bamboo farm which we were supposed to set up as an automatic farm, but we never really got around to it, and it's a little project that I should probably get done eventually. But I'm going to go ahead and utilize this space to just make a few pumpkin farms, because we need some pumpkins in order to build this creeper farm. So I'm going to go ahead and stagger these on each layer just so we have a full way of them growing. And I appreciate that this is probably going to stress out a lot of people, but I'm not trying to be too efficient with the pumpkins. We just need a few of them, so it's not like we need to set up an uber efficient farm. I have decided to go fishing. Bill, quickly, run. It started raining. Everybody get indoors. That was a close one. I almost got me beard wet there. But we're back in the base, so I am going to go for a different approach to this because it was taking way too long to catch fish. So we've come up here because I'm going to rub salt in my own wound here by building this right next to the pumpkin farm, which we now don't need, by just digging out 4 blocks in a row. Because yes, we were building a automatic fish farm, so we can go ahead and gather up some fish for our next part, which I'm hoping the village that we found earlier on in the series will provide us with the cats that we are looking for. I've just seen one as I was just about to head away. Yes, here we are. There's some cats right here. So if we go ahead and tame these, I think we can use cod. There's 1 cat tamed. Wait, can we just... Oh, no. There we are. So let's have you followers. Now we just need one more little putty cat. Aha, there's the second one. Come here, Mr. Wiggles. There we go. And I did attempt to try and coax them back with their teleportation mechanism, but after many hours of waiting, they didn't turn up, so I had to go and get them myself. So we've dug out the room, and if you want to do something similar, I will link the tutorial from Dusty. So, in order to move on to the next stage, we need to head over and get the cats. Get them off the lazy butts and head back over, push them into one room where all we need to do is now breed them. We'll try 5 layers and see how we get on. So, we're going to need 20 cats, and I've only been at this for a couple of minutes and I'm already sick of the noise that the cats make. I swear my real life cat isn't even this noisy, and he's a very noisy bugger. And now we just need to go and grab a few more trapdoors. Then we can head back over to the farm. Then we just need to go ahead and finish off placing down the trapdoors on the roof, preventing any of the mobs from spawning aside from creepers. Now with that done, we can move on to creating the killing chamber. Then we've had to head back and make some chests, grab some of the hoppers, and fill up the 2 buckets from our unlimited water source. And then the final thing that we're going to need is some logs so that we can go ahead and make some soul campfires, because they are better than normal campfires. And I'm going to go ahead and make some signage, and you'll see why in just a second. But we don't need too many, we just need a small handful, that should be enough. And there we have it, a killing chamber achieved. The creepers are simply pushed along a small river and then dropped down onto the soul campfires, where we'll collect their beautiful gunpowdery wares. So as we finished off the towers in the new dwarven entranceway, if you want to go ahead and see all of the true time-lapse work that had gone into this, all of the episodes are available on my channel. However, as I mentioned previously, we have indeed lost a lot of the replay footage from these episodes, which I apologize for. However, we move on, as this has been running now for about an hour, and in total we've got a stack of gunpowder, which isn't too bad, considering you've got to remember that that's running as we're actually just working, and it's also just going ahead and running whilst this whole area is not efficient enough. I have a very small public service announcement in the form of reminding you all to go down into the link in the description and join the Discord server. The people in there are absolutely wholesome. It's probably the kindest community that I have actually ever seen on the internet, and we would love to have you guys come and get to meet us and get to know us. And just a general reminder that we also have a very public SMP server that you guys can join. It is currently a whitelist server, so you do have to join the Discord and request a whitelist, but well guys, it's good to be back, and heading outside our dwarven kingdom, you may notice that there's something a little bit different with our world compared to the very last video, which you may or may not have seen. And if you haven't guessed it already, yep, we have finally built our brand new gaming and editing PC, and I am absolutely excited to bring you more content in a more beautiful world where there is absolutely zero lag. And in fact, we have so little lag, we can actually run Distant Horizons on our PC with very little impact to the performance. And that's pretty cool, as Distant Horizons is a mod that I've wanted to run on this channel for the longest time. Imagine a world where we could build this epic fantasy scene, like imagine the Dwarven Hills behind us, watchtowers all over the place, an elven city off in the distance, random towers and structures dotted everywhere, just adding so much to the world, it would be insane. But for now, we're just gonna go ahead and stick with our standard world in fabulously optimized instead, and it's only purely because I don't think that the Distant Horizons mod is in the best state that it could be, as it's a very new mod. And just as Gandalf once said about Gollum, I would make no hurt to this thing, as it is mine, my own, my precious. But seriously though, I wouldn't want to do anything that could potentially jeopardize this world or any of the aspects in it, so I don't know whether or not I should at least try making an episode with that mod. What do you guys reckon in the comments? Let me know. Should I try making the next episode of this hardcore series with the Distant Horizons mod? And if so, would you guys prefer it or without? Let me know in the comments. I do read them all, but let's get on with today's project. Pop the diamond in there and get our haste 2 effect, where I completely forgot that we have an entire area of water which needs to be covered up so that we can dig this entire area out. Ooh! So let's kill 2 birds with 1 stone and continue digging out this area. Then using the blocks that we mine, we can then go and place them up there, which seems kind of wrong considering we're just gonna go and remove them again, but you know, needs must and all that. Actually, scratch that. I have an idea, but I don't know if it's gonna work. My idea involves swooping down to this lava pit, which has been around since forever, because my idea involves coming up to the top of where the water is and simply placing down a bucket of lava, and I'm hoping it'll just create stone that we can go ahead and mine out. Now, the only downside is lava spread time takes quite a while, but is this going to be a much faster way than just placing down blocks and mining them out again? Probably not, but this way seems a bit more fun, so let's just get on with it. In fact, I've had another genius idea. Grab these fire resistance potions, and I'm sure some people know where this is going. So if we come back here and drink one of our fire resistance potions, can we just place down the lava? And then can we just jump down and just start mining this all out and hopefully not die by not paying attention to the timer on the potion? But surely, if we just go ahead and use our beacon effect and just kind of mine all of this out as the lava falls. Am I doing a smart, guys, or is this not a smart? I mean, I can kind of like jump in here and we can kind of just like mining all out and just go like this and just be like meh, meh, meh. I feel like I got nowhere with that idea, so we're gonna scratch that and we're just gonna use this granite and we're just gonna stick to traditional means. And there we are. We've managed to clear some of the area out, but it's still got a long way to go. But I have had a bit of a revelation, and it's in the form of this little cubbyhole over here, as I thought this would make a perfect area to build a iron deposit / iron farm. So we'll have an entranceway built up here like the front of a building. Then inside will be a iron farm, and we'll dress it up to have all of the iron deposits and stuff, and then that can produce our iron, and then we'll have some like little carts that are like coming out the top that are taking the iron away to be processed. Then turning our attention back to the dwarven hallway, we went ahead and dug out the end that adjoined onto the new city area and began to build up a wall. Okay, so we've now got the wall done, and this is just okay, take 2. Well, we've gone ahead and we've now got the wall complete. Now, this is just the base layer. This isn't going to be the only thing here. We're now going to extrude the design out using stone and stone brick, and we're going to add a bit of detail with some fences and some little windows, and we're going to add in some patterns and things to make it look a little bit dwarven. But we are trying to include a little bit more detailing in our builds moving forward to go ahead and carry on digging out some of the stone area above the new entranceway. And just another day in the life of a Minecraft YouTuber that has to continuously fill in large pockets of water in an underground base. Well, now that that's done... Oh, now that that's done, we can go ahead and carry on digging out the area. Well, one dug out area later, and finish up a platform with a quick additional stop to grab some more golden carrots, we can finally get on with building this side of our entranceway to our dwarven city. Well, with the entranceway done, we can move on. But putting aside the entranceway for a short while, I did look back at the creeper farm, because one of the ultimate goals for this creeper farm is to make it look like a grand natural stone column in our city that the dwarves have kind of built around. That way it would both function as an aesthetic looking piece to our dwarven city, but it would also be a practical build where the creeper farm could function and continue to work inside, continuously generating as gunpowder for uses such as rockets in the future, as well as more TNT, etc. So that's exactly what we got to work doing. So I'm placing down 2 andesite blocks to just mark where the 2 center ones are. Then I'm double checking that I've dug 2 on either side, which I have, so there should be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, so that's correct so far. Then from here we need to dig 3 blocks out, so we go 1, 2, 3, and it's pretty much just 4 singles. So with that done, there's nothing else to it than to just start digging out the area around. Then quickly light it all up so we don't have any mobs that are going to potentially do us harm. Then all we need to do is go ahead, and the whole reason why I said I did this backwards is now fill in the line up to where we actually put down this outline. So there's nothing else to it than to just go ahead and place down stone. And that should be the thing finished up. So the next job on the list is we basically just have to dig vertically up and down. As you may starting to piece together, the goal now is to basically carve out the center bit. Now don't worry, it is going to look a little bit flat at first, but once we've got the initial cylinder in, we're actually going to go in and add some kind of texture to it and kind of raise bits out and do some like platforms and stuff on it. We've got a great plan in mind for how we're going to decorate this. Well, almost 3 broken pickaxes later, we've made a good start towards digging out this pillar. Now, I'm sure you can start to imagine like what I was talking about earlier, where we'll have like this cylinder words. I completely forgot my train of thought, but we are going to finish off this platform like so. There's the platform done. But if we're going to be taking on this mega city project for the foreseeable future, we're going to need a brand new house. Well, we've run out of torches, so I'll just use these lanterns very quickly to just run around and light up inside. And there we are. You can also see that we've also started to do a little bit of detailing outside the house as well. I got a bit carried away to just kind of see what it would look like, and we've got a little bit of work to do to make this look a little bit more natural and kind of just add in a little bit of life, because one thing that I think a lot of people do when they do dwarven builds is they make them too dark and too heavy on the lava and the musky feeling, whereas I want my dwarven kingdom to feel like a true dwarven kingdom, but feel lived in and just have a little bit of life injected to it, because cave systems are quite naturally very damp places, which would encourage moss growth and vegetation growth if left unchecked, just like it would in a real cave. So that's why I like to have a bit of greenery. Jumping right into the next episode, we started off by cleaning up and terraforming again. And again, another very quick pit stop to repair all the pickaxes. Then we head back to the base. And the first job today is to go ahead and extend the hallway pathway out into the new entranceway. Now let's go ahead and back and get some pistons from our trusty source, although we may need some more, where we can now come back down and finish off placing down the pistons and carrying on the detail through to the entrance. But we're back to the base again, because as usual, I ran out of certain materials. And so I finished up this area by attempting to experiment with blending in the surroundings of the new city area into the pathway that the dwarves would have laid leading into the city area. And on my quest to get better at actually finish off projects that we started, I've headed down to this area where we're going to go ahead and dig out about 50 blocks down, clearing out our way so that we can come back and build up the side of this cliff. And upon discovering a whole labyrinth underneath the base, and light it all up to try and help increase the efficiency of our creeper farm, where I accidentally ended up getting its spreads challenge completed, so yay. In which, now that we've returned, I was feeling a bit inspired to come back outside and do a little bit more work on the mountain. So I'm gonna go ahead and gather some materials in the form of some dirt and a little bit of cobble. As we've headed up the left hand side of the mountain entrance, our goal here is to start using dirt because we want to have this transitional period where it kind of goes from dirt into stone, and we need to go ahead and start making the mountain kind of extrude outwards as it's coming towards the base of the mountain a little bit. So we're kind of going to go for the same technique that we've used previously, except we're going to do it a little bit more horizontal than we are vertical. In which, after a very hot second, I realized that it's probably going to be way easier to actually build it from the bottom and go upwards to where we want to go, rather than try and backwards engineer it all the way down. And we fly away to just kind of have a quick look and see how it looks. And it looks kind of okay. Yeah, I kind of like that. We kind of got this slightly steeper bit here, and then we got this kind of more gradual bit as it comes down. And then it kind of follows it up. Yeah, we can get on board with this. Now I just need to go ahead and try and connect this up. And we may need to do a little bit of blending, but I may come back and do that a little bit later on, because we've got quite a lot to get done. So let's just go ahead and bomb it together. And we'll go ahead and take a look at this, and it's looking pretty good for a very beginning. And I'm actually getting really like excited, because I am starting to notice that I am getting a little bit better with the texturing on my build and making things look a little bit natural, as my idea here was to kind of tie in the dirt with the stone and make it seem as if when the dwarves were kind of carving out their mountain, that they were kind of just pushing the rubble and building the rubble up on the sides, and it kind of got mixed in with dirt over time, which made up these side bits, as this is supposed to be a carved out area of the mountain. I've still got a long way to go, but it looks pretty cool. But I'm gonna go ahead and leave this there, as I know it's a bit of a random jump, but whilst I'm inspired to do texturing and to do landscaping, I want to go ahead and turn our attention back to the entranceway to our new giant city area and build a natural cave roof that kind of extrudes from the top of our gate area. So we just need to go ahead and gather some materials from our box of goodies. Then we need to go ahead and get up to the top of the gate without dying. Then, just like we used outside of the base, all we need to do is go ahead and place down blocks anywhere between 4 to 7 blocks high. And then switching up between the stone and andesite to add a bit of texture. Then all we do is extrude the block out by 1 and build up another block. As you can see, there's number 1 done. And upon repeating it on the next block along, all you want to do is actually go ahead and make sure that you make the extrusion of the next level 1 block either above or below the previous one that we've just done. Well, we've finished that, and it looks pretty cool. It is what it is. But we move on to our last and final project of the video. We still have no desert biome that I was really looking for, but there is a bunch of sand around here, so I'm going to go ahead and start making some progress into gathering some up. And as I've gone and dug out a sizable area in sand, I've actually just realized we have loads back at the base that I didn't use in the last TNT run. Oh, Jesus. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we've ran out of rockets, so we're coming in for a very quick swift landing to restock. Rockets acquired. We may now take off again, ladies and gentlemen. As we get our tools out, we need our trusty old axe. Try and gather up as much as acacia wood as possible. I was just in the middle of cutting down the logs and I've just seen a villager outpost. I wasn't even looking for that, but that is fantastic. In fact, I'm going to go and mark the coordinates for that, because a lot of you guys in the comments have been shouting at me to get a totem, and I think we could go ahead and take a villager from over here and make a raid farm, or a temporary one, to get a totem. But we just need one more quick stop off for some dirt. And just as I'm walking through back into the base, I've also realized I need some brown dye. I'm gonna have to head back to that jungle, but not before unloading everything into these chests. And we haven't done this for a while, but we need to come over here and grab some sugarcane, craft paper, and with our elytra in our offhand, go ahead and try and trade it up and see if we can repair it without heading over to the end, because I really don't fancy doing that right now, in all honesty. So our mission is to get some jungle wood and see if we can find some cocoa beans, because cocoa beans achieved. And I think we can actually make a farm back at the base at some point as well. I believe you just need some wood and some cocoa beans, And then you can get infinite and begin crafting all the TNT that we can craft. And it's at this point in the video where my time management skills failed me, because I realized that we were coming to the end of the particular episode that we were trying to get this project done in, and I was collecting all of this acacia wood and all of the other materials to build a iron vein. I really wanted to create a realistic looking iron vein that would look as if the dwarves were mining out the iron from within the mountain. However, this project was kind of scrapped ultimately, and I decided to instead focus my time more on designing the outer wall and entranceway to the iron factory rather than fretting over the details. And it doesn't look too bad, that, in all honesty. It could be a lot better, but we are on a bit of a time crunch, and though, as everything in this world, you've got to remember, I will probably come back and improve this at some point. There is some elements that I kind of wanted to add up here, but for now we're going to go ahead and continue sort of detailing the area by adding a pathway to the entrance, where we're starting with a base of andesite, then going through and sprinkling in some cobblestone and a smattering of tuff to vary the texture and just darken a certain level of areas to sort of add different levels of wear to the pathway. Then I'd like to go ahead and add a bit more of a gradual incline up this kind of like little hill that we've got going on here by adding in a mix of some slabs to kind of just give it a less harsher incline. Then finish off with the odd stone button line around to make it look like small pebbles. Then we just have to finish off adding in a little offcut so that it looks like people have come out of this house and gone into the new mine area. Then I've tried adding some polished andesite. I don't know why. I didn't really have a particular reason, and I don't know if it kind of takes away from the path a bit too much. I was kind of hoping that it would kind of look as if it extruded out the ground a little bit in comparison to the areas around it, but I might get rid of it. Then, using some varied stone, I want to go ahead and kind of create this natural kind of stony outcrop area. I like splattering these around everywhere just because it kind of just adds that little bit more natural kind of element to it. And then we can either go ahead and add in just a little bit of like mossy cobble to the mix to make it feel you know, like a little bit more natural and a little bit more like there's a bit of life in the Dwarven Empire. Because my idea here is to add a little bit of life into the world, I want to go ahead and just make a little cart. And in order to do that, all we need is just 2 of these to act as wheels. Place some signs down just to add a little bit of a skirt into it. And there we are. And we've got our nice little dwarven cart, and we can go ahead and pretend like this is being used occasionally, and we might even just... no, I think that'll do. I'm happy with that. It adds a little something. In this episode to a close, we finished off by placing down a stone floor inside of the new iron factory so that we could have a blank slate moving forward in how we were going to go ahead and design and build this thing. Well, I might be a little late to the party, but I am on 1.21 right now. And that kickstarts us off with episode 15, where at this point we've been working away for about 7 months at this Dwarven Kingdom, and I really wanted to take a bit of a break and try and do something with a little bit more of a cozy vibe. So we are definitely stocking up so that we can head into our cozy era. On day 1245, we're heading out west to where we found the open plains biome in the previous episode, in which we've landed at the village where it was actually really close to a pillager outpost. So our idea and entire goal for this episode is to spend 100 days transforming this village into a cozy Hobbiton town, and I'm finally going to use this time to get some totems. But as we're starting from nothing in this little cozy challenge, I'll need to go ahead and gather some wood so we can actually use them to build up and kill some of the iron golems around the village to get some of our starter iron. Funnily enough, we also need a bucket of lava, so thank God for this lava over here. Bucket of lava got. Also, don't you think it'd be crazy if throwing a bucket of lava would set the house on fire, even if it was just, like, because there's lava in the bucket and it's that hot? I don't know, random side thoughts. And I'm now heading back down into this little mini mine. And ironically, I've just found what I'm looking for, as I want to go ahead and build this little tiny farm out of blocks that are going to make it look a bit like a ruined building, just from ancient times of our world. Like, literally, it's not going to have any other meaning, but I just didn't want it to look too clean, so I'm going to use some andesite and some cobblestone to just add that little bit of it. So there's the pillager outpost, but I believe in this design, in 1.21, because of the change to the raids and the ominous bottle, I think we can actually build this anywhere. But I also want to keep in mind that we do need to get a villager over here, so I'm not going to go too far away from the area, but I do just want to kind of have a line of sight to the village. So I think over here probably seems like a good area. Now, the only downside is if there's any caves underneath us, like this one, we are actually a little bit screwed. So what I might do very, very quickly, and I say very quickly, it's probably going to take me a little while, is just terraform the land and tear it down a bit. Well, it looks like a bomb's gone off, but we have just about finished digging out the area. But I have noticed that there is a small cave area here, so I'm going to try and run around and fill this in with all the dirt that we've just mined out as quickly as I possibly can. Hold on a second. I thought this was going to be a big open area, but it looks quite small, so fingers crossed we should be okay. Well, that only took half an hour, but we can now finish off by placing down some andesite and mixing it in with cobblestone to add a sort of pathway. A little bit of a random transition, but I may have fudged up on a major level. No. So I may have found a slight workaround in that apparently raids will not spawn any further than 64 blocks away from the player. So I've come 100 blocks away from that ravine, which actually takes us closer to the village, which makes it easier to get a villager over here. And I don't think they can spawn on water surfaces, so that'll kind of force them to spawn in this kind of area, fingers crossed, or on this little island here, which is even better. So step one, we simply just need to dig a 5x5 area, then we place down 8 blocks in the corner, place a sign down, place water in the opposite corner to the wall. Then in the corner where the water block is, we need to dig down 3 blocks. So it should look a little bit something like this. Now we're flying away to placing down a job that the villager can take, and hopefully, as this should get him far enough away from the village so he doesn't try and run back to his friends. And it seems to be working. Let's get him in the boat again. Now he should fall down there. We place down the lava bucket up here, and that's to kill the Ravagers, I believe. And now we need to get an ominous bottle, which we can get from killing raid captains. So, over to this pillager outpost we go. You're not a raid captain. Anybody want to give me a raid captain? Finally! Jesus Christ. So, once the raid omen effect runs out, this should begin. Oh boy. Well, that didn't go according to plan. Oh, we got hero of the village. And let's go and have a look at our loot. Oh, that's a lot of totems of undying. Oh. Alright, the mobs in this are a little bit of a problem. But we got 14 emeralds, a bunch of totems. So let's go up and load up our toolbox with all of these totems. Well, we can finish up the first segment of this video by equipping our first ever Totem of Undying. And I have installed a texture pack which makes it a little bit smaller so it's not in your face. I think the first thing we need to do in this episode before we actually get to work doing anything else is gathering up the villagers. First, we have to go around breaking all the beds so that they won't run off into the houses at night. Build a temporary structure to house them. It seems not all of them actually congregated to the center. Some of them went back to the home, so I've just dug a 2-block deep pit. We're just going to push as many as we can into here, and then we'll save them and release them once we've actually finished with this project. So the next time we see these guys will be when our little Shire area is complete, where we can see that there's a lot of water. So the first job I think we need to do is narrow down this river area here, fill in this little river and this one just to the left of it, so that it looks like a river that's coming down and then goes into the little lake. And we will keep this lake, as I think it's a nice little addition that separates the little Hobbit town from the scary area over there and where the quote-unquote ancient ruins are. But we'll have the path kind of curve around away from this little inn in this direction, as we'll have some Hobbit homes built into the hill over here. And if we come past the building that we've temporarily used as a base, I think we'll create a little Hobbit mound here where we'll build 1 or 2 more homes. And we'll have another dirt mound just opposite over in this direction. So there's one. And looking at it, this little hill here actually provides a really good start. So I think we'll actually just go ahead and make this the other mound. And then we'll kind of move these 3 houses inside this mound. But as a new day arises, let's get to work by leveling the village. Now we've saved the best till last, the little home that could, the one we started with in this episode. Let's get this all torn down. And there we are. We now just need to get everything in chests as our inventory is full. And with finally removing the lava pool, we are finished with the planning stage. Because as we move on to the resource gatherment phase of this video, I really want to try and stay within the confounds of the Hobbit space, but there's some things that we need that we just can't get. Sandstone being one of them, where I'm going to take some of you, all of you, grab 1 mossy block, and I'm not going to lie, because the village wasn't there, I definitely temporarily lost the area, but I have now found it. Let's gather some dirt. So using the dirt we've just gathered, let's go ahead and plan our river area by creating an outline. And that's 1 tiny area done, and that's a 2nd bank done, and there's no time like the present to get started on the biggest bank. And I did get a little bit sidetracked gathering some obsidian, because I really thought getting a portal over at the Hobbiton area would be really good for connecting it to access to the end to repair our tools. And we should go ahead and gather the Cossy Mobblestone. So first we're heading back to our end portal to go and make a nether portal. Well, that's a bizarre nether portal spawn. Now we need to fathom out where the heck this is in relation to our other one. There's our old one that's connected to our base, so it's not actually as far as I anticipated, so it's acceptable. Now all I need to do is kind of build a platform around it so that I can get onto it and not die. Hey, there we are. Now we just need to place down some blocks. And again, I almost missed the entire village area, but we are back and we need to very quickly sleep to get rid of the mobs. So we're very quickly going to dig out a very small area, which is going to be used as our first Hobbit home. And I might actually go ahead and deem this my own little Hobbit home and decorate it and have the portal in here so we can have a second base away from our Dwarven Empire. Now we can go ahead and build the Hobbit one, but I am going to build it behind the wall, so it's going to be hidden by some decorations and stuff so that it's not very obvious. What is it with it bringing us out inside every nether fortress ever? Like, why couldn't it have done this at the very start of the game when we were looking for them? Now let's go ahead and make sure that this little gap is all blocked up so we don't end up dying. But now that everything is in place, we can just go ahead and get this completely finished. We finally got our time lapses back so we can begin to show the hard work that's gone into every single episode. And we just have to finish up the few small patches. And like that, we are done filling in the areas. However, you may notice it looks a little bit flat, in which I have a plan for that. However, we first need to go ahead and swim down and start actually filling in all of these areas so that we can actually make the riverbed. And I'm going to basically transform it into dirt and get rid of any other materials such as sand and gravel so that it's all one color so it looks like it fits. Well, one broken shovel and 3 hours of placing dirt later, I actually cheated a little bit in that I got so bored of placing dirt that I decided that we would just go ahead and create this little divot in the land. Because this island where we actually got rid of all the villager buildings prior is where I want to go ahead and build the new Hobbiton houses. And with our flint and steel broken, we can head back over, and I think that should be enough trees burnt to give us enough space to start building the buildings. But before we do, we're going to go ahead and pre-build the Hobbit homes, and then we're going to reverse engineer them by placing down the homes, building up the wooden rooms, building the doorways, then we're going to go around and build the dirt on top of them just to save ourselves time. Rather than building big dirt mounds and then digging them out, we can place and plan the buildings, then we can build up the area. So let's go ahead and get that done. But now we're going to go ahead and start working on planning out the actual homes for the villagers. So we can get to work building a dirt platform. And we finish off the platforms, and with our spruce planks that we've collected so far, we can go ahead and design the houses. And I don't want to be too cruel, but we are going to go ahead and make little 6x6 rooms for each villager. Actually, we made it 7 so that we can actually have a single door instead of a double door because of the even numbers. We finally have the first layout of the room completed, which with the wood allows us to finish off the second. So moving on to the third Hobbit area, I want to go ahead and try and build it diagonally to just try and experiment and try and extend my skill set in building in different dimensions. Looking something a little bit like this. And now with the loose buildings in place and everything looking good, I can get to work doing the most exciting part of this entire build. Because, as I mentioned earlier, I really have fallen in love with landscaping recently, so let's get to work time-lapsing and doing the landscape so that we can get all the basic path down and understand how the landscape around the Hobbit homes is going to work. As we're going to need some cobblestone to get started on the next part of our project. And now that we're back with the cobble, we can go ahead and start planning the pathway that we're going to use to traverse the Hobbit landscape. So getting to work laying down the cobble for the pathway, we also marked out where the fields are going to live. Well, we now have a very rough plan of how the roads are going to be laid out, and it gives us a very good start and idea about how we're going to do this. Quick pit stop to a nearby dark oak forest and gather in some materials so we can hop back and get started. So let's go ahead and extrude this out about 3 blocks so that it looks a little something like that. Then we can finish up adding a sand and sandstone texture over the top of the wood. And then my idea was to keep the roundness to the door frames and the window frames, as it seems pretty synonymous with Hobbit homes, adding in some little details on the side just to cover up the sandstone a little bit more. And I actually think I'll go ahead and finish off this area with a little bit more of a wooden detail to just try and keep up with the wood theme. Finishing off with a dark oak door, as it looks the most rustic of all the door types. And so far, this is looking awesome. I love the fact that I used these cobble slabs just to kind of make the incline and the walkway up to the house a little bit less aggressive, and it just added in this split texture and made it look as if there's been dirt trodden into the path, but that there was a stone path underneath. And jumping into a time lapse, we can go ahead and finish off the exteriors to all 3 Hobbit homes. I fell in love with this design absolutely instantly. I absolutely just love the roundness of the doors and the rustic colours and the really earthy tones used in this build. It's probably today one of my most favourite builds that I've done in this world. Even though it's not quite fitting in with my Dwarven blood, it's still a very nice cozy build. So taking the design that we used in the Dwarven Empire, we're going to go ahead and use a mix of cobble, mossy cobble and the occasional stone brick to add a slightly textured and overgrown feel to our pathway. which we are going to need some leaf blocks in order to make the boundaries. So let's get to work gathering some more. As I'm taking inspiration from old British farms where they would typically divide their land using hedges rather than actually using any sort of particular wall or fence. And as you can see behind me, this is the inspiration that I'm actually going to use for building and separating the entire farm area. And from a distance, it doesn't look too bad. We now just have to rinse and repeat this design. And that's the last field, finally tilled. But I also noticed last night when editing the video that we didn't quite finish off this circular area for the Hobbit holes. And with less than 10 Minecraft days to go until we hit the 100-day mark, I got to work using some of the bone meal we had gathered previously and placing it down to try and grow some grass, to try and hide the edges of the grass blocks, to try and make the banks not seem so sheer, and to just add a little bit more life to our Hobbit area. And then using some of the clay that we smelted earlier, I ran around and used some clay pots to add in little chimneys to our Hobbit huts. Heading over to the river, I'm going to go ahead and design a little stone bridge to connect the two banks. So I went ahead and started by making a basic curved path with slabs, making it 2 blocks wide before going back in and designing the sides and the underneath to make it look like a cobbled stone bridge, and then rinsing and repeating the bridge over by the wheat fields. Now we only have 4 days left of our 100-day challenge, so where I'm stood, I'm gonna go ahead and try and transform into a little town square style area with a little hut. So let's just get to work. And the sun rises right now. If you get that reference, brownie points to you. But there is one more job that we have to do, as we need to head into all of the Hobbit houses, place down a bed, and then place down a door so that the villagers now have somewhere to sleep. And returning back to the area for where we enslaved the villagers 100 days ago, we can now go ahead and let them free. And just hope that they actually go to the beds and settle in to their new home. Well, the farmer's working away harvesting the crops, and I've managed to sort it out, so I'm going to consider that a success. And it is with a little bit of sadness in my voice that unfortunately we didn't get the Hobbit project done within the 100 days, which I originally intended to. However, I was feeling refreshed and this had given me a whole bunch of inspiration, so we can now jump back to the Dwarven city and start making progress again towards our mega build. Flying over to our other nether portal that will take us back to our base, and the first thing we're going to go ahead and do is grab some food out of here and check our firework deposits, as we may need to make some more. So let's get that out of the way first, as we come to the ground floor to grab some sugarcane. Then we're going to go ahead and head back down into our main city area, grab the little gunpowder that we have, and craft a bunch of fireworks. So, quick put away later. And 5 minutes later, and all the tools prepared, we can head back over to the mainland and use the portal from our Enderman kill to actually go ahead and head out, because we need to go and get some more shulker shells. And already, it's not a city with a ship, but it is a building that we do need, as we are here for the shulker part. So let's see if we can stick the landing. But without further ado, off we go again. And literally just as I was about to stop recording, we've literally found a ship, so we can actually go ahead, jump into the ship, and hopefully there'll be another elytra. Let's get ourselves inside, and down below where we should see an elytra, baby. I don't know why I'm so excited. We've literally already got one elytra already, but having another never hurts. Now, 25 shells should be enough to craft a few more shulkers, so let's go ahead and head back to the base. Then grabbing the chests out of here, we should be able to go ahead and make 12 oh, we don't even have space for the shulkers. Then we'll quickly place down another chest. Go ahead and call this one end rubbish, just like we've got the nether rubbish. And then we can go ahead and put all of the little bits of the end that we don't actually need in here. So I'm coming over to my villager breeder as I want to try and get 2 villagers over to the main city area. So there's 2 ways we could do this. I could just tunnel through one long area and use a boat, which would be the easy way. But I've decided I want to go ahead and try and get them through the hard way by using 2 of these composters to try and convince them. Oh, no, you don't. Wait there. Whoa. Stop. No, I actually decided tunneling through, doing it the easy way was definitely the smarter idea. Then we just need to go ahead and get down the stairs. Now I've just gone ahead and made a very, very bad temporary shelter. Although I suppose most YouTubers would say this is just texturing. I'm totally kidding. Let's go back and get the second one. As this dwarven city develops, we're going to need a way of trading for materials and trading to repair our tools, as we've got a lot of mining to do. And that's the first project that I really want to work on in the new city area, is getting a villager trader hall set up. Which, in order to do this, we needed to get to work and finish up a new villager breeder. In which, let's just say, they weren't exactly complying. Oh, where are you going? No, don't go out there. And it looks like it's actually worked. So we can actually just go ahead and throw these potatoes in there, and they should gather them up, and they should, in theory, start doing the deed. But we don't really want to be sticking around for that. So, oh, yep, there we are. And I've just realized that I haven't actually gone ahead and done what I was supposed to do down here. So for now, I'm going to go ahead and just block this off because I want to test something. First of all, test achieved. Right, okay, so that didn't kill the villager, but any further, I think we might struggle. As I've explained in previous episodes, the goal here is I want to have a small abyss that kind of separates the Dwarven Kingdom. Image on screen right now is kind of what I have in mind for this build. So we're going to go ahead and start clearing out an area. And so with a little room carved out, and place the beacon down on the top. But obviously it's not going to work because we have to now dig through the entire mountain. Of course, it's blocked by a mushroom. And there we are. Mojang, please, I know I am small YouTuber, please think about the lonely mountain dwarfs that build underground when you make your new updates to beacons, please, thank you. But beacon changes aside, we have the beacon, so we can now jump into a time lapse as we need to go ahead and get a 57 by 57 room carved out for the idea that I have in my head for the new villager trading hall. Well, we finally have the room dug out, but when the heck is anything ever straightforward in this series? Yep, we managed to dig into a giant ravine area. Now, joking aside, with a roof over this area and a few sponges to get rid of the water, I might actually keep a lot of this as it is and use this as a natural cliff face on the edge of this building. And then maybe we have another bridge coming out around here, going across here, and then we continue building the city over there. So let's go ahead and get to work in digging out all of the dodgy blocks and replacing everything with stone and covering up the hole. Well, the roof and the floors have... Wait, no, wrong. Well, the roof and the walls have been completed, but I decided we're not going to do the floor as there's no real need. It's getting covered up anyway, so we can now move on. First up on our list is heading down into the mine, where we're going to go ahead and fill up 2 shulkers, one with deep slate and one with cobbled deep slate, as this is the typical sort of tile pattern that we use in all of our floors. And I am also remembering that we do have some upstairs, so I'm going to go ahead and reserve the last of the spaces for the tough bricks, as we do know in 1.21 that there's a bunch of new tough brick. I am aware that in 1.21 there's a bunch of new tough brick designs that I would love to explore and learn to build with in our Dwarven King. And I'm gonna go ahead and say that's probably enough cobbled deep slate. I'll probably come to regret that decision later on, but that's where we'll leave it. So, heading back to the base, we can quickly empty out the tuff. So, whilst we wait for the iron to smelt, I'm looking over at our spruce chest, and we may need to go and get some more, as we are going to need a bunch of spruce trapdoors for this, and we're also going to need to make some pistons, which I don't think we have any of. So, yeah, we have 2. So, we're going to have to go and get some more wood. And with all of the iron complete, we can go ahead and make ourselves a bunch of pistons, in which actually I may have spoken too soon, as we're running a little bit low on redstone. Oh, wait a second, I almost forgot. On the top floor of our little farm area, where we were supposed to be building a sort of bamboo automatic farm, which we haven't got around to yet, I think we have... Oh, we have a little bit of redstone. Oh, wait, whoa, we have all the pistons we need, although we do need it for this, but that can wait just a little bit longer. Well, I think I've gathered everything, so let's get back to the room, where the first job is to go ahead and take down the beacon, as it's only going to get in our way. Where we can go ahead and store this away for a future use. So I've gone ahead and done a 4x4 with stone in the corner. This is going to represent a column that we're going to use in each corner of the room. So let's go ahead and quickly make these in all 4 corners. And that's that done. So quickly heading over to our box, we should probably separate this off just so we know which one's which. We're going to go ahead, take some trapdoors. We're also going to take some pistons, and we're going to take a little bit of redstone and a brewing stand. And the purpose here is you want to go tight against the wall, place down a trapdoor, and then put it up. This is then gonna help showcase the area where the zombie will pace backwards and forwards, transforming the villagers to zombie villagers. Then the next stop here is you want to use a 1 block gap between each space, just so we can have enough spaces for the villagers. And then this is going to serve as a way that we can go ahead and create the little droppers that are going to make the villagers rise up and drop down to the right correct level, which is where the repeaters come in handy, because we can place them down. Then we can place down a little bit of redstone, and then on top of the block that will be adjacent to the redstone here will be a lever, so you can individually send each of the villagers down. Then the next purpose is using the cobbled and the normal deep slate, is just going around making sure to stand at the top of the block so the pattern goes the right way. Is creating this kind of like tiled effect. I just really liked it. It was kind of a middle ground between rough and quite formal in terms of ground design, and it added a little bit of texture, so it looked like it was heavily walked upon by a dwarven army. Then I think we go ahead and use some stone brick, as I kind of like that protruding idea of the stone. So if we go ahead and put you around there, then we can use a little bit of a difference in texture to use the cobblestone to kind of add this. Now the only bit I don't like here is this bit, so could we this bit may need some toying around. And actually I think a little bit of me is trying to be a little bit too fancy. Maybe we could just go ahead and do something like that, or maybe we do that and then we put the cobble fence over the front. Maybe that's kind of gonna add in. Ooh. But now all we need to actually go ahead and do is rinse and repeat this all the way around this entire room. Well, it's taken us about an hour to do 1 level and used up the durability of all 3 pickaxes, so this project may be a little bit bigger than I anticipated. Now you may be wondering why I've made a blue shulker. Well, we're gonna go ahead and make a bunch of pickaxes. Make 6 pickaxes. And to do what we're gonna do next, I'm gonna need a lot of emeralds. And so after many trips, we'll try and buy 6 Unbreaking 3 books for our pickaxes. We will combine the books first, and with them in the inventory there's nothing else than to just go ahead and start combining. And now the real question is how expensive it's going to be to put these all on pickaxes. I'm really hoping it's not going to be too bad. Oh boy. My math might be completely off here, and I may be about to get roasted in the comments. However, I'm sure that the higher levels in experience you go, the more experience it takes to level up. Therefore, it would make more sense to just enchant the tools as I hit level 17, and then rinse and repeat. That way it should only take a few minutes, rather than several hundred minutes. So, with hostile creature sounds turned off, we can put down the anvil and put down the shulker box. Then, in theory, all we need to actually go ahead and do is just add these enchantments to the pickaxe, one pickaxe at a time. Then, now that we need more levels, we can just turn and hit the enderman a few times. But swiftly moving on before I deafen everybody with clicking noises, we got back to the base with 6 new pickaxes to our arsenal, where we could begin mining out more layers of our villager trading hall. We can go ahead and finish up mining this layer, and finish tidying up and just finishing the floor with stone, as my original idea for this project was to try and make this 7 floors, because we wanted one for 7 different traders, as this floor was going to be for clerics, floor number 2 was going to be for librarians, number 3 was going to be fletchers, and number 4 was going to be weaponsmith, and then we were going to have armorer, masonry, and then a toolsmith. In true Mickey T fashion, I had an idea for a project that was way beyond the scope of what I'd be able to deliver in the time frame that I wanted to, and this video is already late, as I've mentioned several times. Oh, hello. Yep, I have no qualms in being perfectly honest in the fact that life has just gotten in the way recently, so I'm having to cut back on this project just a little bit and come back to it in the future. So we're going to go ahead and move on to the next part. Now, we are going to need a bunch of villagers in order to fill this trader hall. In fact, we're going to need about 400 in total. So we need to get a bunch of villagers. However, doing it manually by feeding the potatoes above in our villager breeder potatoes is a very inefficient way, and it's going to take us a long time to transport 400 villagers across. So I have an idea. So let's go ahead, get 2 villagers across, and I will discuss my idea. So we can start by building a temporary bridge across our huge void, and then, despite the fact that we're going to be covering this up eventually for a different entranceway, we have to go ahead and flatten this out so we can get the boats through. Not the cleanest way, but it'll do. And hope that we survive the Bridge of Doom. This seems to be going smoothly. A little too smoothly. And time for number 2. And that's the second one in. We are going to have to slightly butcher this build for the foreseeable future, but it is what it is, as we're going to need to build a collection platform for all the little baby villagers that are going to spawn out of our new villager breeder. So with that done, we need to make sure that the actual point of where the baby villagers will fall is actually over that hole. And the final step is to basically just go ahead and dig out a room where you can build a small farm, which only needs to be a 7x7 area. Then placing down the 2 buckets. Then we can go ahead and split the remaining carrots to start the breeding process. But hopefully we should be able to come back in a little while, and there'll be baby villagers in here that we can start to use to fill up this trading hall slowly but surely. Well, it's starting to come together. We've still got a few little bits to do, like the corners, but I'm going to run around now and quickly place down the levers that are going to help activate each of the pistons. And now that that is complete, I've headed down to the second row as I'm trying to design a kind of... I wanted it to feel like it was like a continuous design on each level. However, the reality is, I think because of the way that I've actually gone ahead and done this, I think we're going to have like a flat wall as a base design, and then obviously we can decorate it up, but I think what we're going to have to do is have a bit of a protrusion, like 1 block and then maybe another stair, and then maybe something like 2 stairs there maybe, and then as placing down some levers should allow us to raise this so we can get a better idea of what this is going to look like. I went ahead and swapped out the cobble for deep slate cobble, and I actually prefer it. I think it kind of accentuates the stone beams a lot more than just the standard cobble, because it makes it seem like much of a darker shadow, and it just works a lot better. It's not as elegant as I really wanted it to be, but I think I'm gonna leave that design as it is because I don't want to spend too long, as I am an overthinker and I will definitely spend the next several days pondering over this decision. So let's go ahead and get this thing time-lapsed and finish off the entire floors. Well, so far it's looking absolutely fantastic, but we actually have about 3 more floors to add on below this floor here and this one here, so having it 5 blocks tall isn't actually all that much of a bad thing as long as we make sure that the others are consistent with this 3rd floor design, which I will now definitely 100% double check. However, we're going to move on now, and so I don't get shouted at by the OCD police, I'm going to go ahead and finish off putting in the cobblestone stairs along the top. And that's that done. So this is looking super cool so far. There's still a lot more to do though, in which I can now confirm 100% the villager breeder is in full swing. So we need to begin the process of decanting all of those villagers into their individual cubby holes and putting down the jobs. So gathering all the cobblestone we have, we go ahead and we make a bunch of furnaces, which should allow us to now craft them into blast furnaces with a little bit of iron. Gathering some powered rails and some normal rails, where we quickly go ahead and now build a system that's going to extract the villagers out of the little box so that it looks a little bit something like this. So you press the stone button and it should activate the rail and spit out a item which will be replaced for an iron minecart, and then that will go up here bringing a villager out onto the rail tracks. Then all we have to do now is just go ahead and guide this villager into the very first slot. There we are. We now have a villager out and he is in there. So all we have to do is dig away the minecart, put down the blast furnace, and then we just need the minecart back. Oh. Okay, we may need to kind of just be careful about the way that we go about doing this. So now we have the system in place, we can go ahead and get all of the villagers that are super excited to start their job today into their respective positions. And unfortunately, we've currently run out of villagers. And it is going to be a bit of a long process leveling all of these up. And we still need to get a zombie with a name tag behind them, which is something that we're going to do in the next episode. Well, the first problem to go ahead and tackle in this episode is probably building an actual iron farm if we're to build a factory, in which you guys may remember this room that we kind of dug out and then did nothing with, as this was our future planned area for the iron farm. Now we are going to need to dig out an area to use for a actual iron farm, and then we'll cover the iron farm up with decoration. So let's go and see if we've got another beacon lying around somewhere, which I thought we still had another star lying around, but it turns out we don't. So taking the wither skulls, I'm just going to go ahead and try and kill the wither once more to get one more star. We could just take one of the beacons from somewhere else, but we had the skulls, we might as well. Oh, okay, we'll head in the other direction. Oh boy. Well, I certainly won't be making that mistake again, but we didn't die, so that's always a bonus. So I went ahead and gathered up some obsidian that we'd need for the beacons. Now I'm back up at the top. I'm going to need my Eye of Ender, so I can go ahead and make an ender chest. This is so we can carry it around and be able to place all of the shulkers inside, so we can actually go ahead and decant all of the shulkers into here now. Apparently, we need more glass. Okie dokie, and we forgot our little stone ender chest here. Turns out didn't need diamonds at all, actually, so we can go ahead and put them back. Luckily, we have plenty of glass over where we've just been kind of throwing emeralds away. And that should be our 5th beacon in our hardcore world. Not a good job. A great job for the first minute of the video. I have, however, realized that there is a bit of a problem, as beacons require blocks of ore, and we're completely out of iron, which is why we are building this iron farm. So I do have a plan, and that plan involves diamonds. Lots and lots of diamonds. But using our ender chest, let's go and get our fortune pickaxe out, which looks like this. There, we can go ahead and put you back in there just to show off to the YouTube. So, today this Minecraft boomer learnt that you should never mine a ender chest with a fortune pickaxe. Pretty straightforward to get it back though, not too difficult. Now let's try round number 2 without breaking things and nearly losing all of our stuff. So, 1 stack of ore gets us 15 blocks, is that it? Okay, we may need to go make the rest of the diamond ore. Okay, after doing that, I don't think we have enough at all. So instead, I've decided we've just gone and taken the beacon from the entranceway, as we are going to be working on the entranceway soon, but it's a problem for another day, and we kind of could do with the iron, so we're taking it. In which, yes, I'm aware we should have just taken the beacon from there at the very beginning too. So heading into the iron farm, we clear out a very small area, then we get to work getting the beacon built. And there we are, there's the beacon in place, and we just need to head back to our old base and head into our precious chest where an emerald will probably do. Then we can finally end this whole element by just putting in haste 2, allowing us to continue. And so with a pickaxe in hand, we jumped into mining out the area for the iron farm that we were going to build. Now, a big shout out to Voltrox for the video that I actually used as inspiration for this build. However, there has been several variations shared by different creators over YouTube. It's really not that hard to find if you want to go and find this design for yourself. However, that being said, 2.5 hours later, we finally got done mining everything out. And so this is the rough kind of shape that we are actually going for. I've come over here so we can grab some wood and make some spruce gates. Then we can go ahead and begin getting to work by building this area. Quick intermission to grab some glass so we don't break the beacon. Plunk. Then next up, we've got to go ahead and make the platforms for them to spawn onto, in which we have to go ahead and make a 6x17 long platform. In which I obviously ran out of stone, so I'm now out here just digging up a little bit more of the cavern to try and chip away at it whilst we gather some more. This finishes off one platform, in which we've got nothing else to do but just repeat it at the back. Actually, I changed my mind. I decided I'm just going to fill these walls in, so we don't actually need to place the walls down. No other reason than just wanted to kind of test it, see if it worked, because curiosity got the better of me. And the other side, in which I really hope it's apparent right now to all the new people that have joined us recently that I am terrible at organizing my build and not being very careful. And yes, that was totally unscripted, but 100% on brand. As we've headed back to our old base, and we only have 3 soul sand, and we need 1 more. So I think we may be in for a very quick year. To the nether. Grab some of this, but that's out the way now. And I need to remember whilst I'm over here that we actually also need some potatoes, as we need to breed the villagers in our new second villager breeder, because I definitely didn't kill them. And then I remember we had some glass in here, and I remember we had some stone slabs in here. If you can't tell, I'm actually now at the point where I'm thinking we probably should plan ahead, so I am actually trying to plan ahead for this, just so I don't have to keep coming backwards and forwards. And for the final ingredient, we need some beds. So, quick stop to get some wool. We have 10. It's enough for what we need right now, but we are definitely 100% coming back in about 20 minutes to get some more. Now, there's been a bit of a time jump, and you can see that I've kind of made the zombie platform that's designed to keep the zombie in. But as you can tell, following the tutorial, I'm noticing that I may need to actually raise the roof of this place by like 3 or 4 blocks, as this design is definitely designed to be built kind of just out above ground, and I didn't take into account the actual height needed for this. So, let's jump into a time lapse. And with the room now 3 blocks taller, we can go ahead and begin to work on building the last segment of this platform, which is the villager pads, where the 3 villagers on 2 pads on each platform will sit. Right, well, we've actually gone ahead and finished the platform and the villager area. Now, there's just a few more little things we have to do, such as put water all the way along this back wall so that any golems that spawn get pushed down into this little drop area. And we also have to get villagers and zombies into these areas here. However, therein lies our problem, as the best way to get them in is from the top, which, if you already haven't cottoned on, yeah, we don't have access to it, so we're gonna have to temporarily dig out a little tunnel above the entire thing just so we can get them in. And in a convenient turn of events, I actually tried to dig through so that I could come out into the main city area to make life easier, as you can see. And hilariously, we actually came out right inside our building. Well, I've actually got an ingenious solution to actually get the villagers out. I kind of adapted the old rail system, but instead of having rail tracks go all the way over because we don't have enough iron, all we actually have to do is just push that up there, and then it'll, well, usually it came back down, but that also works. I mean, that kind of works, but it's not what we were kind of going for. But we need to go ahead and get 6 of these bad boys out of here. That may inquire some growing up, although actually 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, I think we have to wait for 1 more. So with 6 villagers in boats, we can go ahead and begin to move them over by using workstations. And I can already tell this is going to be much more painful than it needs to be. Oh. Hey, we have 1 in. Now we just need to get 2 more. And there's a second one in there. Third one's been a little bit shy. But remember, fellow dwarves, if in doubt, boat them out until you're defeated by a set of stairs. Well, we've managed to get 3 in there. And we may finally have our first one going into the second pot if we can just get him up the stairs. Come on. No. Right. So you're locked in there. So I think they're scared of the zombie. I think that's the problem. Oh, wait. That would help if we actually allowed them to get in. And it's already working. Quick sprint back to the old trading hall to grab a bunch of emeralds. Grab some name tags, and we're going to need 4. And call these Boromir. Then heading back, let's go ahead and call this one that one Uruk-hai from the first film that gets absolutely slain by Arag. Oh, poo. There we go. Now we just need to have a quick sprint round the front, as we may have seemed to have developed a slight problem here. Let's just quickly take down the beacon, and then using that bucket of lava we gathered earlier, we should be able to place you down at the back. And it's gonna get noisy. And that's the beacon taken out, and this is the farm technically working. And it turned out that 1 villager, which I accidentally purposely killed, actually turned out to be from the first bed. Where the heck did you come from? Turns out he had jumped out, so we've got to go ahead and get another one back in there. And after a very quick bit of testing, I have realized that it's not quite working as efficiently as it should be. As you can tell, the iron golems are spawning where they shouldn't be. So we have to spawn proof it with slabs, hoping that this is a far enough area, along with quickly heading outside, where we'll also find another iron golem just chilling out. So I'm gonna go ahead and get rid of a bunch of trees and try and spawn proof above ground, and we will eventually be building over this area, so I'm not too concerned, but we do need to try and prevent the golems from spawning above so that it works as efficiently as possible, while simultaneously placing down slabs to try and spawn proof the area. And we've certainly finished a very small area. My fear is we're probably gonna have to make this way bigger, and it seems to be working much more efficiently now. However, there's only one way to find out, by giving it another quick 15-minute AFK test, where for the sake of 100% transparency, I use the replay mode to actually watch back the farm in faster speed so I can actually understand how the spawns are working and figure out if there's any issues by being able to explore the surrounding area and figure out where things are going wrong. Nah, this is actually insane. We got like a stack and 10 of iron, but heading back up our backwards passageway, you'll see that we've actually had a golem spawn in here, and upon checking the replay, he actually spawned here really early on, so there's a chance that we could actually get about 2 stacks of iron per 15 minutes just from one setup. So let's go ahead and get this guy killed, and double checking that everywhere now has slabs so he can no longer spawn. And after a bit more experimentation, it turns out we actually can get 2 stacks every 15 minutes, which results in almost 500 per hour if my math is mathing, as we'll be able to use the iron from our new farm in trading it into emeralds, giving us XP from that, but then also we can take the emeralds and eventually we'll have clerics like these, except the clerics will be set up on this level of our villager trading hall, where we'll be able to trade in all of the emeralds that we've got from the other villagers into bottles of enchanting, giving us even more XP to repair our tools. And just in the time where I've been recording that segment, we've managed to go ahead and get another stack and 14 of iron ingots. And if you don't mind the noise, I have made an even better upgrade to our villager breeder, because now all we have to do is load it up in there, and it is a little bit funky with it being so overloaded, but whilst we wait for the villagers to grow up and to continue breeding, let's just try and push them all up here just to make our life easier in the long run. Ah, balls. Then just clear away the trash. We went ahead and made a few more materials so we could head back and continue building the other 3 quadrants of the iron farm. And this was an undertaking which, I kid you not, ended up taking me the better half of about 6 hours in total to actually spend the time to not only build the platforms, but to get the zombies in there, to get the villagers in. It was a nightmare. The villagers kept dying to zombies because I didn't light the place up, and it was all stuff which could have been totally avoided had I not been a complete Minecraft boomer, but it is what it is. We move on. And that should be the last zombie put into place, and yep, Boromir is in place, in which we are finally complete with the 4-tiered iron farm. And the great thing about this farm is it can actually be duplicated, and we can build another one on top of this one if we ever need a stupidly insane amount of iron. As you may have noticed as I was recording that previous segment as we finished, that there seemed to be a lack of iron golems spawning, and that's simply because of one equation. As I discovered very quickly that the iron golems were spawning on the top, as it's quite close to the roof. As you can see, there's a bunch of them around here. So we actually need to go ahead and get some of these slabs that I've just made and basically fill the entire area. Well, I've run out of slabs, so I'm gonna have to head back and grab some more. And we head back. My ass is clenched. Oh boy, I just popped my first totem. Oh boy. I got a little bit silly there. That's on me because I accidentally hit one when I was trying to build a dirt mound so I could start killing them. I should have just played it safe and came here and got some lava like I'm doing now. Never mind, I accidentally filled it in. And as I come back, I can go ahead and place down the lava and just let it kill them without taking any damage and potentially ending the hardcore let's play. 2 in 1. Nice. But it seems okay. But I'm gonna go ahead and head back inside, empty out the chest, and see just how many we get in another 15-minute test. Oh, yeah. We have the unfortunate situation that the measures we've taken so far to try and prevent the golem spawning have been completely inefficient. And it looks like we actually need to create such a bigger area to prevent these golems spawning. But as we head back inside, I think we're gonna leave that for another time, as it's almost taken me 15 hours just to get to this point in the video, and I went ahead and mined out an area as we need to move on and start considering the design of this place and building up the lore and the story behind the way that the dwarves are actually importing and smelting the iron. So with the room dug out, we head to where we dug too far and too deep and too greedily in order to gather up some cobbled deep slate for our floor build. As we get to work on the floor, it's worth just bringing it up and reminding all of the people that have joined us on this journey recently that deep slate, to make it fit into our Tolkienarian world, is basically a hardened version of stone, just so we can use it in our builds and make it make sense in a Tolkien-esque way. However, we use a very basic checkered pattern for our design, basically swapping between cobbled and normal deep slate just to give a sort of more textured, ornate look to the dwarven floor and make it feel a little bit more special and a little bit more crafted. But overall, it's a good look, and we've used it throughout almost every single building in our Dwarven Kingdom so far. And I also think it's just generally a fantastic floor design for anybody that wants just a really simple, really cheap floor, but it just looks really special, and you can elevate it to another level by adding things like borders around the room, or you can like use different darker blocks to kind of add like walkways and things. It just works. Well, that's the floorway done. Now, before we actually get ahead on constructing this entire place, I actually don't have an exact design in mind, but I do have a rough idea of what we're going to need. So I'm going to go ahead and gather everything up so we can take it with us. Quick pit stop for some string. And a quick trade-in for redstone. We should then be able to craft some droppers, and crafting a couple of crafting benches later should give us the auto crafter. And that should be everything we need. And so the first thing I want to do is go ahead and build a walkway kind of border using the same lamp technique that we used in our main hallway. So it should look a little bit something like this. Then we can repeat it on the other side. And just a very quick recap for all the new faces here, we used a special elven infused oil as part of the lore for our redstone lamps. So that way we can kind of suggest that the lamps burn for a very long time, which allows us to use them in our dwarven builds. And I wouldn't be continuing on my trend if I didn't run out of glowstone. And one quick visit to the nether, aka Morgoth's underworld. And there's 4 more, finishing off our little runway of light. So next up on the list is to go ahead and get our auto craft system built. Now we are going to be hiding it within a sort of smeltery kind of furnace looking building. However, we need to get the backbones of it built, which requires coming down here. And first we need to go ahead and get rid of all of this current system. where the idea is to have a simple dropper system where we have a really simple redstone clock which we can sort of turn on and off, where connecting this up should begin to spit iron out exactly like that. So stage 1 is complete. Then we can use a simple water highway to send it down into a small soul sand area. Then with some jiggery pokery and going backwards and forwards, we should, if we go ahead and turn this on. And as a side note, I also moved the switch as it was on the other side of a chunk border, and I know that that tends to cause issues. But that should be sending stuff up there, and yep, we are now receiving stuff in this hopper, so everything is going as planned. I am also very quickly realizing that I probably might need to pull this design out by like 1 block, just so we can try and fit our really badly built contraption within this area. Oh, that should about do. Mine down to Y56, and with a small room hollowed out, we can go ahead and place down 2 double chests, and this has very quickly turned into a redstone nightmare that I was not prepared for. Turning this system back on, and just for the sake of testing it, we'll throw all of the iron that we've got into there. Seems to be working so far. And with the auto crafter working, I could turn my attention to designing and building the furnace that was gonna smelt these iron blocks in our newfound iron factory. Now, I didn't really have a particular plan in mind. I really wanted to try and scale this build up by about 10 times. However, in order to get this video done in time, I had to scale back a lot of things, so we may even come back to this in the future and expand upon it and make it bigger and make it just way more impactful. But my basic premise was just building a furnace that looked a little bit menacing and a little bit dark, but had functionality by using things like the magma blocks to insinuate that it was full of iron ore. I probably could have made it much better. The only thing I don't like is I tried to kind of make this little outlet thing. Some of you may recognize this kind of influence I got from one of the old smeltery mods that you used to be able to use on Minecraft. However, I'm going to go ahead and move on from this for now, as I want to kind of cover up as much stone as possible and make the room look more crafted and built. And that should be that done. Now there's only kind of this bit of the roof and this wall to kind of complete. Then we also need to go ahead and build like the 2 window things at the top here, where we're going to have like the imports and the outports, and then we need to build a crane. So let's get to work. So I've gone ahead and done a little bit more decorating and kind of just finished off the whole room, and I've got an idea about what I want to do up there, but I'm going to need to kind of build my way up, where we'll start off using walls and some of the lanterns just to add a bit of light so we don't have any mobs spawning up here, because you guys know that we're trying to make this as efficient as possible. Now I'm trying to design a sort of very basic stone looking system that's going to hold what's going to be 2, possibly 3 beams going across. There's 1 done. And whilst my brain was thinking about it, I 100% got sidetracked into just removing the stairs and basically bringing them back a bit, as I felt like we needed to have a little bit more of a runway, and it would help make the actual furnace area just look a lot more imposing by bringing it back, thus revealing the actual structure a lot more. Sort of like this. Next up, we went ahead and designed a conveyor belt. Looking something like that. It's looking pretty sick, and I'm actually trying to design it so that it's kind of hidden in the wall, just as I'm having a bit of trouble building the conveyor belt underneath. I could put some string down, and then we could have like a raised bit of carpet, but that's kind of as high as we're going to get it. And now we just have to repeat it on the other side. And grabbing some of our iron blocks, we can go ahead and create a sort of artificial pile, trying to just keep it random and make it look as if we've got like iron going out and coming in. And we're creating a bunch of chains. And we've gone ahead and added some iron blocks onto the conveyor belt to make it look as if it's kind of coming out of the foundry and onto here, where we're going to have the export system that takes it up into the transport system and takes it elsewhere. However, that's going to be a problem for another day. Oh boy, it's definitely 100% a good job that we've come out here to continue putting down slabs, because this is why the iron farm is so inefficient. And we need to start wrapping this project up as we don't have a lot of time left, so I decided to finish off by placing down a bunch of half slabs, hoping that we can help spawn proof the above ground area to prevent the iron golems from spawning. However, we won't know how effective this actually is until we come back and do some AFK tests, as we did earlier on in the video. But before we go ahead and jump into the tasks that I actually want to get done on this video, there's a few things I need to do, such as upgrading our emeralds and then trading them in for golden carrots. And it's good to know the carrot farm is broken, so that's another thing that I'll have to fix. And I also said upgrading potatoes to emeralds. I meant trading them in. So you can definitely tell I've been away from this game for a short while. Well, next up, we need to also restock our supply of fireworks, as we are running a little bit low. So that's the pocket rockets all restocked. Well, we've just got to get on and get all the tools repaired. And so don't ask me why, but for some reason, even though it was the smallest task of the video, that felt like the most daunting. And I think it's purely just for the fact that I've just come back off holiday, and that was the first thing I've actually ever done since booting up the world. However, we can move on, because I'm sure many of you guys will remember our villager trading hall, as it was very, very popular with you guys. I want to go ahead and challenge myself to try and finish this, which sadly means the inevitable of mining out 3 more layers, as we have 4, but we need 3 more in total for 7, as we are going to have clerics, librarians, fletchers, weaponsmiths, armorsmiths, masons, and toolsmiths in this villager trading hall. I've decided against the others because I just thought that they weren't really particularly necessary at the moment. But other than that, there's nothing else to it than to go ahead and do the thing that you all hate me saying and roll that time lapse. And 1 hour of recording later, we have now indeed gone ahead and got another floor dug, and this means we are now on 5, and that means we only have 2 more to go. However, I do need to head out now, as I am going to the gym, and by gym I mean gym in real life, not in Minecraft. I mean, Steve lifts literally like 1 billion blocks, 1 billion tons in his inventory. When you have an inventory full of stone, I don't think my little dwarven Steve needs the gym. But with the gym gains, we can go ahead and gather some torches that we need for keeping the place lit up, as I was getting a little bit sick and tired of the zombies and stuff spawning. But we jump back to the base, in which, in all honesty, I've actually just realized a huge mistake that I'm going to have to rectify. As you guys all know that we did this top layer 1, 2, 3, 6 blocks tall. I screwed up a little bit there. And then the second layer is also 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 blocks tall. Are you with me so far? But down on the third layer, I did it 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 tall, which was a bit of an oversight on my behalf. However, it did kind of work in my favor. If I just jump back up to the top floor, what I decided to do was kind of take this design and basically do 6, 6, 5, 5, 5, and then 6, 6. So the bottom will be a repeat of the top. So there's really nothing else to it but to just go ahead and get to work filling in a layer so that it's only 5 tall, so it matches. Well, that's 1 layer done. We just need to go ahead and do it on 3 more. So let's see if we can do a cool little transition in 3, 2, 1. See, we did some magic, movie magic. However, yep, that is this layer now raised. So this should only be 5 blocks. And you may also have noticed that we have dug out a little bit more because, yeah, we needed some more stone. So, for the sake of transparency, let's go ahead and roll the time lapse to show you the work being done. We also need to go ahead and level the one underneath it as well, but we also need to go and repair our pickaxes. So as usual, a quick pit stop to the end. So we head back to the new area with some emeralds in hand, in which I think we're going to need to farm some more emeralds if we're going to be able to level all of these villages up, because we're going to need a lot, as we haven't even got one side in, and if you think to level these villages up, it's going to take probably about a stack of emeralds each. Yeah. Anyway, moving on. So just to point out just how badly I actually screwed up on this, I am such a pleb sometimes. So yeah, this needs to be 5 blocks tall, just like that floor and that floor. And in order to do that, we need to actually go around and raise this entire platform by 2 blocks, not 1 block. And then we need to dig out the roof by 1 block, as you may be able to see, but I've made the roof, or this floor thick, and it should only be 3 thick to match the one above it. So we've got a lot of work to do. And just with a quick fix of the very bottom floor that we were working on, as we did also accidentally dig out a layer that we shouldn't have, so this should be like this, as we did run out of stone, so now we can actually go ahead and continue digging down in order to get the stone that we need to carry on lifting up this floor. It's all a bit higgledy-piggledy, but I promise it'll make sense soon. In which, after gathering a little bit more stone, we can get back to placing it down. And we're out again, so it's back down to continue mining out the area. And I think it's also worth noting, by placing down this floor and digging out one more level in the roof, I can officially report that we have finished our second from last floor. Now obviously we still need to raise the floor of this one and dig out the roof above it, but I'm going to go ahead and consider this a pretty big win, as we are closing in on finishing up the digging out phase, which is probably the most tedious part of having a Dwarven Kingdom. However, we move on, as I'm thinking we may actually have enough blocks to finish off connecting these 2 parts that we've done so far. Oh, hey. Yeah, we had more than enough. I knew we did. I was just having you on. Look at me being all dramatic, like a dramatic... I don't know. As the last job is to now just raise the roof of this layer by 1 block all the way around the edges, so it's really not that difficult. I can confirm that we have now finished the next layer, so we can actually just go ahead and dig out the final layer and the rest of the bottom. It was at this point in the video that it actually started to annoy me, the fact that every time I wanted to repair my pickaxe I had to travel to the end, so I decided to take some of the coal that we had built up over the last couple of months and go ahead and start beginning to level up some of the traders that we had in place, so that we could unlock the iron ingots to emerald trades, making use of our iron farm. I actually completely forgot, but I need to document this so you guys are aware, that our villager breeder has broke. I apparently fixed it in the fact that apparently having a block above the composter broke it, as we are well on our way now to finally getting all this area dug out. All we need to actually go ahead and do now is finish off this final level by mining out this whole area, in which that job is made a little bit tiny more difficult by the fact that we have now kind of starting to hit that deep slate layer, so that occasionally the blocks just take that little bit extra to mine, so you kind of lose your swing a bit, but we continue because we have no other choice. And there's nothing worse than hitting a lush part of the biome where you technically should use a hoe to get rid of all of this, but I don't really carry one with me at all times, so it just becomes a bit more of a chore. But we are indeed on the last home stretch of the final floor, which makes me very excited, as every day logging on to this project has indeed just been logging on, mining, and logging off, so I'll be glad to put this behind us. In which, I just mean this floor, by the way, putting mining behind us, little bit impossible when you're doing a Dwarven Kingdom. In which this should be coming up to the last blocks that we have to mine on the floor. Oh yeah, this is it. This is exactly the right kind of vibe. Now, There's just one more job, and I swear we're done with the mining, I promise. We actually just need to go ahead and lower this floor now by about 4 or 5 blocks, and the reason will become apparent in a short while. Then we mark a 25 by 25 square for a future project before trading in some iron ingots that we had lying around to repair the tools. And several trades later, we now have 2 almost fully repaired pickaxes, and it's incredible the fact that I don't have to leave this place. Okie dokie then, so we've gone ahead and finished up digging out this area where the future column in the center of the trading hall is going to sit. However, we need to move on now, as we need to go ahead and start placing down the floors similar to this one, but doing it on every single level. So let's roll the time lapse once again. And adding a little bit of context for any of the newer viewers, I really wanted to try and design a very simple floor which looked a bit better than just being one color, was a little bit textured, looked a bit ornate and really fancy, and still held that dwarven element. And instead of making things too complicated, I decided to use deep slate and cobbled deep slate to create this checkered effect, making a nice, simple, fancy floor for our dwarven kingdom. And we've gone ahead and got all of the floors done, so we can actually go ahead now and move on to the next part. Oh, we stuck the landing, it's fine. But we can go on and move on to building up the stone area. And yes, before anybody mentions it, I am going to have to dig up the floors and place down the redstone and the pistons and things. Yeah, didn't really think about it. So we're going to go ahead and repeat this design, as this is only 5 blocks tall, on this level and this level. So we're going to go ahead and go and gather the resources that we need. I can go ahead and confirm that we do have a lot of stone in our little Stone Nation chest. So we should have way more than enough than what we need for the next couple of layers. So let's go ahead and turn this all into stone brick, in which I've come back to the base very quickly, as we do need a bunch of spruce trapdoors. We are actually going to need probably several stacks if we're going to want to get every layer done, but for now, yeah, we need a lot more than that. To the trees! And after crafting several blocks, if my maths is correct, we should have enough spruce doors. But yeah, my maths is never correct. But let's move on, as we do need a few repeaters. So we're going to need to go and grab a bunch of nether quartz, where we can go ahead and put it in here, where we have several stacks of redstone torches, as this is going to tell us if we've got enough. We may need a few more redstone torches, but we do need some redstone. And using some of the emeralds that we have in the base should be enough to go ahead and buy a fairly small amount of redstone, but we're gonna need a lot more. Which I'm totally aware of the irony here in making the village a trading hall, so that we will never run out of redstone again with one layer being clerics, but we are now actually out of redstone. And so with some iron trading into emeralds, we can continue our journey of trading up to get more redstone. So we head back to our villager trading hall. Never mind, we needed more stone. But luckily, being a dwarf, stone is not in short supply. And moving on, we definitely do not have enough materials just yet to finish every single layer. But I think if my maths again is correct, which it probably isn't, we can go ahead and finish these 2 layers. So the first things we need to do is dig out the trenches for the zombie. First layer done, so on to the second. And there's the second one done. We are looking a-okay. Then we just need to go around adding all of the trapdoors where we've just dug out. So we can go ahead just placing down trapdoors on the second layer. And that's complete, so we can move back up to the other layer. And just as I'm starting to break blocks and place down the pistons, I think I actually, in the last episode that I filmed, said that I was going to skip the pistons and just use double redstone rather than using pistons. Because the reason why I was using pistons to start with was simply because I wanted to try and create a system where I could individually lower the single villager, or I could have a button hooked up that would lower all of the villagers if I wanted to mass convert them. But I realized that that effort was probably futile. And now that I think about it, I may have just wasted a lot of resources creating repeaters when I really didn't have to do that. But luckily redstone's not too expensive, so I think I am going to go ahead and skip the repeaters. And just because it's easier for my brain to kind of focus on when I get into the swing of things, we've gone round and basically just dug out the trenches for each individual piston and redstone, just so we can go around and bang it all in really quickly. And so we went round each level just so I could get into the swing of things by just digging out the 3 block by 2 block trenches for each of the pistons and redstone, making life just a little bit easier for us. And that's that done, so that's pretty much almost there, so we can get to work on doing the actual stonework now, which should just about finish up these 2 layers. We do need to actually get the workstations and the levers, but that's something we can focus on doing towards the end once we've done the other 2 layers below. And going ahead and using the stone that we had converted into stone brick earlier on in the video, we could actually now go ahead and build the stone pillars just as we had done on layer 3, repeating it on floor 4 and 5. And just a quick interlude to just say that this looks absolutely incredible. I am so happy with the way that this is looking right now, and it's only going to get even better when we start doing these 2 levels and we start working on the idea that I have for the centerpiece. But we need to finish off the rest of the layers, so we jump into a very quick montage of gathering all the materials. So we could then jump into finishing off the final layers of our trading hall. However, I had to take a very quick stop. Now I'm going to interrupt the quick time lapse because I actually wanted to just see what this looks like. Because as you guys know, I've basically tried to take this design and reverse it so that when you're actually stood in the hall, you can kind of get a sense that the shape is being continued down below. And it actually looks alright. I was worried that it wasn't going to look particularly fantastic. It doesn't look the best, I'll admit. I feel like it probably looked better if we dropped that down to the bottom layer and just made that into a standard layer, maybe reversing so that we actually have that design on the second layer, and then we have this on the last layer, so that we kind of get down to the very bottom and then it kind of curves in. Yeah, I think I'm going to go ahead and do that, so we'll tear this out, carry on the time lapse, and I'll see you guys when we finish. Well, we've finally gone ahead and finished up the build, and I must say it is looking absolutely incredible. When I say finish the build, I actually mean we've just finished like the trading hall part. We actually haven't quite finished with the project just yet. However, I wanted to just go ahead and talk about this very, very quickly, as I mentioned, I did go ahead and add the slope design on the very bottom, and then I also extruded the design out by a couple of blocks and then added like a stair drop down into this pit, which is going to become very important in just a second. But first I thought I'd go ahead and showcase just a little bit of what we did in our live stream over on Twitch, where we actually went ahead and got a bunch more villagers in the actual trading hall. Oh, this guy has grown up now. He was a baby villager during the live stream. But we've actually gone ahead and filled over half of the first floor, so we are well on our track to getting to work on the second floor, which is going to be the librarians, then the clerics. Then we're basically just going to have a bunch of different like workstations, armor stations and stuff, and a bunch of different traders. I have got a list, I absolutely promise. Of course you guys know we've got a list. I literally went over it earlier on in this video. However, we're going to go ahead and get on with the final challenge of this video, which is completing the room with a way of actually being able to get up and down to each floor, because obviously in our dwarven lore, technically the dwarves aren't supposed to be able to fly with elytras, so we need a way for them to traverse up and down to each level, in which I'm going to go ahead, and if you guys, all the OG viewers, will remember in Season 1 of our Hardcore World, we had the giant elevator, which was a dwarven column, which had a water elevator built inside of it. Now, we're going to go ahead and do something very similar. I'm going to use that design and recreate it in the center of the room, and then we're going to build bridges sticking out of either side going to each level. But before we can do so, I do have to go ahead and showcase something which I haven't been 100% transparent about. We have occasionally ran out of stone and we've needed to top up, so I've slowly been making progress on mining out this area, which needed mining all the way back to about where the entrance of the trading hall is, so we can go ahead and build this area up. So I'm going to go ahead and begin gathering a little bit of stone from this area, as we are going to need more for our build. In which, as we go ahead and fill up our first shulker box, I can indeed report we've actually gone ahead and broken the 900,000 stone mined mark, which is an incredible feat. And yes, I am fully aware that I actually made a promise to you guys that I would sacrifice something if you guys managed to hit 10,000 subscribers on the channel before I hit 1,000,000 stone mine, which you guys, can I just say for the record, absolutely smashed out the park. So we can head back down and place these down, which are full of the stone. I don't know if it's the exact amount we need, but I'm pretty famous around these parts, if you don't know, for basically just winging builds. But we continue with one last stop to grab some cobble deep slate, which we're going to need for the build as well. And as I'm actually sat mining this out, I'm thinking to myself, would I actually really like to try and hit 1,000,000 cobble deep slate mined? And the answer to that is simply no. I barely mined even 100,000 and I'm already sick to death of mining this stuff, but I just know for a fact that one day we're going to run into a project that's probably going to need so much of this stuff, it's going to drive me insane. In which we head back up to the top with our cobblestone, and I'm also going to go ahead and just very quickly just finish off this area, because yeah, we don't want to forget about this. But with both of our shulkers with deep slate and cobble deep slate in, we can head back down into the pit, placing them down along with our crafting bench, as we're going to be doing a fair bit of crafting. Sorry about the interruption. And I don't remember if we actually need it, but I thought grabbing some cobblestone would probably be a good shout, as it is a very large stone structure, so I can imagine cobblestone probably coming in handy for a little bit of texturing. I've actually got enough cobble. I've just got a bit carried away mining at this point, so I should probably stop and head over back to where we're going to build the pillar. Yeah, that seems like more than enough cobble. We'll go ahead and take that down along with our other stone shulker. As we head down, we can go ahead and roll the time lapse and begin building this, as I kind of know what I'm doing with this build, but I actually need to go ahead and make some mild adjustments, as the previous one was 24 by 24 blocks, making the center a 2 by 2 instead of a single block. But because I would like to keep this beacon in place, just in case we ever want to expand this and it just saves taking it out, we're going to go ahead and leave that there and work around it, and it's going to help keep the whole thing center. So let's go ahead and roll the time lapse. And the grand reveal. Oh my god, that looks absolutely insane. I am going to be honest, I do wish I had kind of built this bit a little bit higher. I wish I dug out the roof and kind of extended it so that this wasn't kind of in your face. That might be something that we do later on down the line, when we've finally gotten over the couple of hours that it's taken to build this. And the next thing that I was planning on doing tonight was actually building the bridges so that we can actually get across. And my idea towards building these bridges was to stagger them on each layer. So the first layer would have 2 bridges kind of going in from north to south, and then the next layer, like, oh, let's try that again, shall we? The idea would be to stagger the bridges so that on the first layer we kind of have the bridges going in side to side, and then this one we have like north to south, and then again this one would mirror the first layer, and would basically just rinse and repeat all the way to the bottom, and then design some very simple but effective easy little doorways into the week. However, unfortunately, something happened that I didn't foresee, which I felt incredibly ill. In fact, if you don't believe me, let's roll the clip of me attempting to film the intro. Hey guys, welcome back. Hey guys, welcome back. Ah, sack this. But now that we're all caught up, you'll probably be thinking that I'm going to be working on finishing this project off first. However, I'm actually not going to be finishing off this project to start with, as I thought it would be about time that we actually went ahead and got this haul finished. This has been a project that has been going on for a couple of months now, and I've really been quite lazy about getting it done. So we're going to go ahead and get it done. We're heading up to the top so we can get a better view. One of the things that gets brought up a lot in the live streams is, Mike, what are you going to do with the walls? Well, that's certainly one of the first things we're going to tackle by extending the walls out. Now, the design that I have in mind that I'm going to be doing for these walls is about 3 blocks thick, but I've realized upon reflection that I wanted a bit more of a gap around these pillars. It just feels a little bit too close for comfort. So I want to extend this gap by about 2 blocks, just so we've got a bit more of a wiggle room and a walk room, and it'll just make the room feel a little bit bigger. So in order to accommodate that 2 block gap and fit the design that we have in mind, we have to go ahead and expand each wall by 5 blocks in each direction, which obviously is going to take a little bit of time to do on camera. So where we have breaking news where It's Me, Mickey T, is using his very stereotypical transition into a time lapse. So let's get to the story. And I completely forgot to repair my pickaxes before starting this, so I head over to the Noisy Villager Trading Hall to go ahead and get some of the iron that we've gathered from our iron farm and begin trading it up so that we can use the trades to repair our pickaxe as so, which is the entire reason why we made this trading hall in the first place. Then we can use the emeralds that we've got to go ahead and begin leveling up all the other villagers so that we can unlock even more iron ingot trades. And all the ones that don't will eventually be swapped out, but we have gone ahead and repaired 1 pickaxe, now to do the other. And there we go, unlocking 1 more iron ingot trader. We've now gone ahead and repaired 2 pickaxes from absolute zero, just proving that this is indeed a fantastic idea. However, I did find myself getting a little bit distracted and started procrastinating by trying to get some more villagers into our top layer of the trading hall, and I also went ahead and cured some of the zombies. However, we should resume to our usual programming. As we jump back to the dwarven corridor we were working on before we got rudely interrupted and sidetracked to continue mining out the first wall. 51 minutes later and 12,000 stone blocks mined, and we have actually made some progress and we've got 1 side dug out. So we just need to go ahead and repair the pickaxes, as it did almost break both of my netherite pickaxes. So over to the iron farm, where I've come over just to check how many blocks we are on, because I want to actually try something. I want to see if we are in net profit on our iron blocks, as I'm going to have to repair these 2 pickaxes fully. I'd like to see if in the other hour that it's going to take me to dig the other side of the wall, if we can actually generate more iron blocks than what we've used. Just a fun little experiment. So let's jump over and get these pickaxes repaired, where we can take a block of iron and break it down into ingots. And I don't know if this is going to be enough to repair a full single pickaxe, but we'll give it a try. Where it was actually indeed way more than enough. In fact, heading back down here to recraft the block, where we actually only ended up using 43 blocks of iron to actually fully repair that pickaxe, which is actually insane. So we can go ahead and try and repair the other one real quickly, just like so. So it does equal out at around about 1 block of iron per tool repaired from near broken. So that's about the rough math that we're using, and we've just emptied the iron factory chest. So let's go ahead, get to work on the second side and see if we can generate 2 more stacks of iron blocks whilst we dig this area out. Well, just another 50 minutes later, and we've finally got both sides done. And I am definitely 100% happy that I actually extended both sides out, as I think it actually makes the hall look a little bit bigger and a little bit better. And the gap between the wall and the column makes the columns stand out a little bit actually now. They don't blend against the wall as much, but that's going to be helped when I actually get on and do the build. However, going to head back into the iron factory to just see how the experiment is going, and block and a half, it's not bad. It's not profit, I suppose, but if you think we're not going to be consistently mining in here, we are going to be taking breaks and doing builds occasionally, so technically it's pro bono. And so moving on to the resource gathering stage, I am just taking a very quick look at what resources we've actually currently got, and we've actually got a fair amount, but luckily, being a dwarven kingdom and all, the biggest resource that we'll need is actually stone, which, as many of you will already know, we have certainly we certainly have no shortage of in this world. So we're going to go ahead and gather up a little bit more, as we will need a fair amount in order to construct our next part of our dwarven kingdom. And with the andesite put away, that should be enough of that material. And I can also announce that we've actually officially now cleared out this column, which we actually started working on a couple of months ago. But I promise, guys, you're going to want to keep your eyes peeled for the next couple of episodes, because I have some insane plans coming to this area, and this whole entire area is going to be transformed in the next couple of videos, so keep your eyes peeled on that. But we continue by grabbing some cobblestone, so we can go ahead and fill this up, and that should be all of that done. And with all of our boxes laid out with all of the stone, we can go ahead and get to building. And I have actually just changed the design on the fly as I was thinking about this, and I have no idea what this is going to look like. As you guys may or may not know, if you're new to the channel, I don't plan any of my builds in creative, so let's go ahead and get some walls laid down, as we need to go ahead and build a 10 block high wall. There's one line done, we just have to repeat it 10 more times. And there's 2. And there's the 3rd one done. There's 4 and 5 done. Finishing up number 6. And they should finish up layer 10, making this the perfect start to the wall design, as this is going to serve as a backdrop. Then we're going to layer up stone and stone brick on top of this to create a dwarven looking wall that's going to fit not only the design of this entire hallway, but also fit in with this design that we've done over here. And so with a restock of materials, we're going to get back to work on building this wall's foundations. And that should be another layer finished. So if we head down to take a look, I've actually tried to use a little bit less cobblestone in the 2nd layer. So jumping into a time lapse, we got back onto building the base of the wall. Now, one thing I did want to note is that we actually did end up having to change the design again on the fly, as I was continuing to build it up by 10 blocks and bringing it in a block, but I realized very quickly that we were running out of andesite. So I decided, instead of just making the whole thing andesite, that we were going to do a cobble to andesite mix. Then we were going to go andesite. Then we were going to start blending andesite into normal stone the higher that we got up. So that's exactly what we did. Well, if we just go and take a quick landing, we can take a look at what we've got done so far, and to be honest, this looks absolutely way better than I actually anticipated. As we jump back to gathering andesite and diorite so we can craft andesite, it is reminding me the importance of why we should maybe look at getting a huge storage room built within the next couple of episodes with an automatic sorting system, because to tell you the truth, I've actually mined around about 35,000 andesite in this world so far. However, I've not really had the opportunity to store much of it, meaning that we're actually starved for the materials which we should be in abundance of. So maybe there is a huge dwarven storage room coming in the next couple of episodes. If that's something you'd want to see, go ahead and drop a comment down below, and don't forget to like the video, and we'll maybe make that our next super project in our dwarven kingdom. It has become apparent that so far this project has taken me 10 minutes to try and complete this haul, and it's something that I anticipated would maybe only take me 5 minutes of the video. So we're gonna go ahead and just blast through placing down the floor, which, if you're new to the channel, is basically just our blend of cobbled and normal deep slate, which makes it look pretty ornate but also pretty simple for the dwarven kingdom halls, as I just needed something that was just a little bit more simple, and using a resource which I knew that we would have an abundance of, it just seemed that perfect blend of just looking fancy but easy to make and easy to acquire. But as we finish up, the floor is looking okay, but we can move on to the next quick segment, as we quickly need to go ahead and fill this little thing that we dug out to just continue on this stone brick design. Moving on to the second one. And that's that done. And it's looking good. I will say that I do think I probably should texture another type of stone brick in here, because I don't want to overuse stone brick, because it does begin to look a little bit fake and a little bit flat. So we may change this up in the future, maybe do some sort of like bordering around the edge or something, maybe like put some dwarven runes engraved into it. But that's a problem for another day, as we go ahead and restock our inventory on stone brick. So we quickly look at crafting up some deep slate stuff such as bricks and walls. So in order to actually go ahead and start building up the wall and finishing it off, what I'm gonna go ahead and do is build a 3-block wide pillar and bring it out by 2, like so. Bring it up by 5 blocks. Then we're gonna go ahead and use some deep slate brick to create 1 layer. Then we're going to put down another 4 layers. Then we're going to go ahead and place down 2 more dark deep slate bricks, and then put down a normal stone brick set underneath. Then copying the first pillar, we're going to go ahead and build up the second. Then we're going to try and create some less harsh angles on top of the blocks by using stairs to try and blend it in a little bit better. And digging out holes and placing down some fence with some walls that'll become apparent in a second. Stepping away, I'm going to very quickly grab my emerald, as I totally forgot to grab some lanterns, so we'll quickly grab some from our villagers. So we can go ahead and head back and place these down underneath the walls that we placed down earlier, which will help just light the place up. Now, I do think that when we repeat this design all the way along, there might be too many lanterns, so we'll have to see what this looks like. We may have to alter the design a little bit, but we're going to go ahead and jump up to the top here. So what you actually want to go ahead and do is, in line with where the fence is, you want to put a upside down stair facing outwards on both sides, and this can be any block you want. I'm just using stone, chiseled stone brick, to just add a little bit extra detail. And then all you're going to want to do from here is actually just rinse and repeat the design, so this first set of solid blocks should be in line with that indentation, and this is what it should look like. And all we have to do is basically just rinse and repeat this design all the way up, and with us just getting rid of all the excess bricks that we've placed, and assuming that I haven't made any mistakes, which does tend to happen, it's not looking too bad overall. So we get to work in extending this pattern all the way along the first wall. And it is looking insane. Over 3 hours later, we've finally finished building up the wall on either side. I just need to go ahead and finish off putting the stairs upside down on each of these layers, as I kind of got a bit lazy and stopped doing it. But admittedly, I was kind of thinking maybe I should remove the stairs because I kind of liked it without the stairs in, but I actually prefer the kind of rounded approach inside each one, as it does match this up here, and it just seems a little bit more fitting, and it just looks a little bit more fancy. So we'll go ahead and get these finished, and then we can head on to the second and last part of the video of finishing up the villager trading hall. Oh, and it is looking insane. Over 3 hours later, we've finally finished building up the wall on either side. I just need to go ahead and finish off putting the stairs upside down on each of these layers, as I kind of got a bit lazy and stopped doing it. But admittedly, I was kind of thinking maybe I should remove the stairs because I kind of liked it without the stairs in, but I actually prefer the kind of rounded approach inside each one, as it does match this up here, and it just seems a little bit more fitting, and it just looks a little bit more fancy. So we'll go ahead and get these finished, and then we can head on to the second and last part of the video of finishing up the villager trading hall. So we'll go ahead and jump into getting that done. But we go ahead and start on the second one. Then we finish on the very top layer. And that should be that done. Let's just stick the land in. There we go. Oh, for God's sake, I missed out a layer. Well, Mike, that's what you get for being way too confident and not double checking before you publicly go on record to say that you are finished. Anyway, moving on. Now we should finally be complete, and that is looking absolutely magnificent. I will admit, I do have some reservations. I probably could have done this a little bit differently had I been a bit more attentive to planning. However, we are going to go ahead and get to work on the pillars now, as I really want to get these finished off. And okay, this is looking absolutely insane. I am actually in love with this hall now. I had no idea what I wanted this hall to look like when I started this project, but it is almost finished and it is looking insane. There's just a few more things that I should let you guys know that need touching up. Starting with placing down cobblestone walls in every corner of the pillars, because I got shouted at for missing these out before. And that's that bit done. Now, I didn't want to, but I am going to go ahead and place some torches down on each corner to prevent mob spawns. And yes, I know many of you in the past have told me to use glow lichen to light things up like this, and I am going to get into it, I promise. It just hasn't been a priority up until recently. But for now, this should do, and that's looking much better and should temporarily prevent any mobs from spawning. And as for this doorway behind me, we're going to go ahead and leave that for now, simply because I actually have a plan to completely overhaul this in the next coming episode, as we head back into our villager trading hall, where we jump straight into trying to get all of the bridges built that would connect the column to the outer platforms. So just to quickly go over the lore of the reason why I built it this way is I wanted to carry on this kind of pattern that we were using for the floor so that it would seem really seamless going into the center column and tie all of the build together. I also went ahead and used some spruce trapdoors. Pretty cliche, but it just helped give a little border and add a little bit of color into the room, as well as using some andesite underneath. As I've explained previously, I'd like the dwarves to feel like there's parts of every single build that were carved naturally out of stone, then they've kind of just reinforced the natural forming stone underneath. And I'm also realizing that I've missed a platform. You know, we were just saying like earlier on in the video about like double checking everything before going public with this stuff. Yeah, Didn't listen to my own advice there, did I? However, placing this down should finish off that build. And so we have finished. And I will say the only issue that I am having is this natural kind of stone look for the naturally carved out bridges. I'm having trouble tying it into the rest of the world. And I think what I actually need to do is bring the andesite all the way down here and make it look as if it's like carved out, and then obviously all of this can be placed or carved out of separate stone, if you see what I mean. As we need to be moving on, I'm going to go ahead and dig out this whole border around the edge, as we need to design something that's going to look fitting. Realizing it's probably just way easier to just dig out the 2 blocks and then place everything back down, rather than painstakingly going along trying to break the middle block one by one. As I go ahead and start placing down cobblestone walls, my idea here was to create a seamless transition between the 2 different layers, but keeping it in theme with what we had already built. I wanted to do something that was a little bit sunken in to kind of add a little bit of shadow and a little bit of depth to the actual layer. Where I've just temporarily stopped from the time-lapse to kind of take a look at where we've got up to, and honestly, it doesn't quite have the effect that I was hoping it would. I was really hoping it would kind of have this like subtle shadowed effect, but I imagine if I had just used flat cobblestone brick, it probably would have had the exact same effect. By using some slabs that we had on hand, I can kind of showcase what I mean, but if you take a look at this, at a distance, it basically looks the same. It maybe has a very subtle darker shade, actually, now that I'm looking at it. So it kind of actually does work. Maybe I was completely wrong on that. And so with one final pit stop to grab just a handful more cobblestone to finish off this project, we head back into the hall, craft as many walls as we possibly humanly can. And that pretty much sums it all up, guys. We've finished filling in each of the gaps. We have skipped the very bottom layer just because obviously there's nothing to fill in, but everything else has been filled in with cobblestone walls, making this room just look that little bit more complete. I have an ambitious plan this week to try and get done in just a few days. As I'm walking through the area where we've been gathering stone for the last couple of projects, this is what I want to go ahead and transform in this video, as one of the goals for this series is to make this whole city look like it's built in a naturally formed cave. And unfortunately, I didn't do the right thing of vetting out an actual giant cave area in Minecraft first. I thought it'd be a fun idea to try and make my own. Before we can go ahead and do that though, I do need to go and fix up my tools and also continue getting some of the villagers into their places and basically building up our villager trading hall just a little bit more so that we can have the foundations to be able to effectively dig out this large area. So, just a quick tidy up of the shulker boxes and getting them all back into our ender chest. We can grab the brewing stands as well that we crafted a couple of episodes back now. We can go ahead and begin getting the villagers in. And I sent him down the wrong track, so I'm just quickly trying to correct it before he gets here. Oh, just about managed it. Whew. It's alright, Jeff, you're in safe hands with me, lad. And with a quick time jump, we now have a bunch of villagers that we have nothing to do with. However, we do. We have plenty to do with them. Yeah, I was trying to make that more suspenseful in my head. Didn't really plan out on paper, to be honest, or in actuality, now that I think about it. So, hopping down to the third layer, we're going to go ahead and start moving villagers into this layer so they can become clerics. as we can actually then go ahead and use all the excess emeralds to trade into bottles of enchanting, further just increasing our efficiency of repairing tools whilst on the go, so we can literally become a mining powerhouse in our hardcore world. And after 30 minutes of getting villagers into place, we move on to the second part of phase 1 of this week's project. As we do now have the perfect setup for villagers to trade with, we also need to go ahead and make sure our iron farm is as efficient as possible. As you can tell, currently, it's not in so good of a state. So what we need to do is get to work by basically clearing out a giant area. But before we can actually go ahead and do that, we need to go and run around and clear up all of the iron golems, which will help the farm be more efficient, but it'll also just help make our job that little bit easier. Take your time. Thank you very much. So nothing like getting a beacon up to help us along the way. Oh no, come on. I'm gonna be a bit of a lazy dwarf and just grab the nearest one. There we go. Now we can go ahead and get to work. So, roll that time lapse. And oh boy, was that a transition. That project actually took me about 10 hours, an entire full day written off, just committed to digging out this area, because when I first looked at this, I honestly thought this would be maybe a 2-hour job at max. And as you can tell, yes, it did also dig right into the side of the cave. However, don't worry about this, because I have a plan to cover this up, and it's all part of the future plan of this cave, which we're going to move on to getting done. Because if I jump back outside, yes, you can see that we haven't quite finished covering this platform in leaves, and we still need to extend this platform out about another 30 to 40 blocks, but we don't really have any materials left. So my idea is that we're actually going to head back inside, where I'm going to first focus on digging this area back and all the way down to the same level as here, and using all the stone that we gather and basically filling in out there. Haha, burn! Not quite the transition I had in mind, but we have indeed emptied our inventory. And I totally forgot to mention, but the other day whilst we were live streaming, we hit 1 million stone mined in our hardcore world. This is a pretty big achievement considering we are dwarves and our thing is kind of mining. So we'll have to make sure to go ahead and document that date in our memory books when we get around to it. But we need to head into our iron factory because, yeah, I'm just heading around to the top bit because I believe we may have an issue with the actual system which goes on behind the scenes, as the golems are still spawning and burning as usual. But if we head up to our little sorting area, it looks confusing, but I promise you it's not as confusing as you think it is. But we keep having mob loot that keeps congesting our system up, and it then completely blocks the system. But I will jump back to that, I promise. I just didn't want to get distracted, so we headed back outside, where I actually got to work in gathering some more leaves so we could just finish up leafing the outside to 100% stop any of the golems spawning, which would then create a 100% efficient iron farm, in theory. So as we go ahead and load our first shulker up, I should probably go ahead and thank Death and Mr. Mark for giving me the push that I needed to upgrade our collection of leaves from using shears to a netherite hoe with silk touch. Because yes, you are absolutely right, it is much more efficient, so thank you very much for giving me that kick up the behind that I needed. And I believe that should be almost the last shulker full. But let's go ahead and continue placing this down and see if we can finish up covering the first layer of leaves. I may have made a boo-boo here by accidentally angering the iron golem. Oh boy. And that should be all of the leaf blocks placed. Oh, help I could actually fly. But as you can see, we do still have golems spawning over here, but I don't know if they're spawning on these blocks and kind of walking out onto it. As you can see, there's no other golems spawning, so I don't know if this is efficient or if it's broken, but we'll actually go ahead and just fill these in, which should help with the spawning issue, I believe, because it won't detect open air blocks. So golems shouldn't be able to spawn in here. And so with that done, we can actually jump back down to our iron factory, where, yes, I am completely getting distracted and sidetracked, as I always do, because I just thought I should probably just finish off this floorway before we go any further, as again, this is something that's needed finishing off for weeks at this point. So we can just go ahead and place you down here, and then place you down there, and then there. Placing you down there and there and there, and then that's pretty much done. As the true purpose for coming down here is, I believe that we just need to completely strip this back and start this design again. And just to save us on wood, we're going to head back to our old base where we've got all of our storage to grab a few more bits, such as a bunch of hoppers, because they're going to be useful for organizing all the items. So we start off by adding in the hoppers again, making it longer so that we have more of a backed up system just in case of any failures. It'll store a lot more iron this time. Then we're going to go ahead and create a backed up system just for any of the mob drops that accidentally end up in the system. Then this way it won't actually end up clogging up all of the iron ingots. And a bit of time has passed as I've had to refer to one or two videos. Admittedly, redstone is not my strongest suit. Given that I am a dwarf, I should probably get better at the mechanics of the game. But and again, I've done this just to create a backlog, just in case, you know, ever in the future we kind of forget about it. At least we'll have plenty of iron blocks backed up. And yes, this is not the most efficient, I know, but anyway, we move on. Because I'm right in thinking that if we just place these... No, I placed them the wrong way. If we place... Done it again. If we place these facing into each other, it should create a continuous ticking clock. So it's actually silent and should be way more efficient if we just bring you out of here and put you into there. That should now begin spitting items out again. Yep. Although it is loud and quite obnoxious. But we can go ahead and repeat it up here as well. And this should be the system fully complete. So now if we just go ahead and build back up here and knock this out here, that should send all of the items accidentally into my inventory. But we can go ahead and knock this out again. And jumping into tying up loose ends by just getting rid of some loose iron golems that were trapped in our farm allowed us to now have a fully efficient farm and repair service for our pickaxes, which ends phase 1, moving us on to phase 2, where we could begin to clear out an entire area for all of the new viewers that have joined the channel, as this isn't just a random cylinder in the middle of our dwarven city. This is actually going to be a naturally formed stone pillar which goes all the way from the bottom to the top of the cave that the dwarves have kind of just built on top of and around of. Inside of this, just to serve as a very quick reminder, is our creeper farm. But if you actually want to go ahead and figure out how I did that, you can go back to the earlier episodes and watch it. But now let's just move on and get this area continued to be dug out, and we'll see what progress we can make in the next couple of hours. Well, an hour later, and we have indeed started digging out another area, making this way more open, and it just feels so much cooler. I am actually super excited to actually continue working on this. You have no idea. Next up in our phase of digging out and digging back this whole entire city area is we need to go ahead and clear this bit back so that we can see exactly how we're going to go ahead and build this side of the platform. So let's just go to work stripping this back whilst being live over on Twitch. And with that dugout down there, I actually want to go ahead and explain what's going on with my idea behind what I'm trying to achieve. So as you can see here, we've kind of already started, but I want to create a very similar ledge to what we've got going on over here, but just over here. But it's not going to be as wide, it's not going to be as big, it's just going to be a little ledge, and I wanted to build it at a different height than this one to kind of just give the world a feeling of depth. And if I go ahead and jump down here, the ultimate goal is to dig the other section around the other side of this pillar to about the same depth as this, but we could probably get away with even mining this area out, probably another 10 to 15 blocks deeper. But before we do that, I do want to go ahead and get rid of this here. This was actually intended to be kind of like a giant sort of pillar going down in the cavern, but I feel like I've built it too close to this pillar, and when I actually build this up, it's just going to cut into half of it, and then I'm going to be building up on the outside of this in the future. It just doesn't really seem like it's going to be totally fitting, so it needs to go. And there we go, that's the whole dropping down thing dug out. Didn't really know what to call it there. So taking the beacon that we used to clear the outside area and bringing it in, we could extend our range of super speedy mining. Then that should be activated. Yep. Operation Grab Diamond. And then to put the icing on the cake, we can simply put that in there and choose haste 2. And yes, there was only one way I was getting out of there. But now in theory, if we head back over here, we should have continuous haste. There we go, we're all good to go. As we jump into probably the biggest, most ambitious mining session of my life, which consisted of just short of 10 hours across 2 separate days of solid mining, just to dig out one tiny section of this map, pretty much reinforcing the idea that moving forward we are probably going to have to resort to using TNT dupers to actually dig out the entire of this dwarven city, considering this is probably only 1/10 of the full scale of the entire underground city area I want to build in the next couple of months. Okay, so we've definitely done some mining. That is not disputable at this moment, as we have now completed. Jumping into our statistics, you can see we've actually almost mined 200,000 stone since hitting the 1 million stone mark just about 5 minutes ago in the video, aka about 5 days ago for me in real life. But taking a step up here, you can see that we are a long way off, especially from digging all of this area down to match this area here. And like I said earlier in the video, we're jumping back up to the first platform. You can sort of understand now that this isn't probably going to be doable all in one episode. This is probably going to have to be split across multiple episodes, so we're going to go ahead and jump back into work again and see just how much more we can get done mining today, in which, to make this easier, I'm actually going to go ahead and get my toolbox out. And inside here we actually have a bunch of diamond silk touch pickaxes that we made a short while ago, and we're actually going to take these out and try and use all of these up as well. Well, that's all of the pickaxes used up, and if we head up we can look at our progress so far, and we have dug out so much. But yeah, we still have so far to go, so I jumped right back into mining out some more layers. And we jumped back into the villager trading hall because I realized that the amount of villagers we had stored up was starting to tank my FPS, and it actually dropped so low that I could physically feel it. So I went ahead and finished off the cleric layer by getting all of the villagers into their assigned slots, and that allowed us to get back a little bit of performance so we could continue with the rest of the video. Okay, let's go ahead and move on to phase number 3, where the first thing I want to do is actually go ahead and figure out a way to add a border around these entranceways that I've built in our dwarven city into the little iron factory and into our entrance hallway, because I absolutely love these gateways, but I do think we need to add a little border that separates the actual gateway and the stone wall, just to make sure that, you know, we can hide the blend and just make it look that little bit more dwarven. And after mulling over an idea for a short while, I have a rough plan about how I actually want to go about doing this, but it's going to require a whole bunch of tuff, which in reality only took me a whole 30 seconds to actually mine out of this little tuff vein that we found when we were digging out deep slate before. And so, heading back up to the main city area, creating a bunch of polished tuff blocks. So, using the polished andesite walls, I'm going to go ahead and start building up a basic design of a pillar, which I think would work well in blending the wall and the gate. And so I jumped into building up a pillar using tuff and polished tuff in an attempt to try and use a little bit of a different color palette in this build, as I do know that so far my weak point has been resorting to stone and stone breaking everything that I've built in this world so far, so this would give me an opportunity to experiment. And I really loved the way that the polished walls actually looked. It kind of gave a really chunky, blocky feel and really felt dwarven. My only drawback is I wasn't quite sure about the color, as it does have a little bit of a greeny hue. It looks more kind of like Greek Olympus. It looks a bit thin. It doesn't quite have the chunky dwarven vibe that it had in my head. So I may need to go back to the drawing board in this one, but we'll go ahead and try it over here and see what we think. You know what? It actually looks way cooler on the smaller one than it does on the bigger one. I think I actually just need to redesign these pillars to be thicker. I think that's what's throwing me off. I think they're just too thin. So I need to actually like expand the base out, maybe bring it up one block, maybe design something in the middle that kind of like acts as like a midway support, but we'll leave that for the next time, which basically means we'll come back to it in about 3 years. Now, with a quick intermission, I have very quickly just decided that I do want to hop into our little house that we made a few episodes ago now, and just very quickly make a temporary storage area. I really wanted to start building awesome storage closer to where we're going to be building for probably the foreseeable future. Instead of running back to our old house all the time, it would just make sense to just very quickly create a new storage area in this house, and then we can actually go ahead and just get everything organized, maybe get some stuff moved over in the next episode. So next up, I actually want to go ahead and begin a new style of housing in our dwarven city, but in order to do so, I wanted to sit the house a little bit further back into the mountains, so we're going to dig out a little cubby hole. So first, I want to go ahead and kind of give our little dwarven house a little bit of personality by adding a small garden, but obviously I don't want it to just be like a grassy area, as that's going to be surrounding it. So I think we're going to go for like a gravelly area, as if the dwarves had like nice gravel that kind of just laid in the garden and was really decorative. Then I want to kind of create a nice little garden wall by using a mix of gates and wall posts to kind of give it this more solid kind of vibe. So jumping into this build, I didn't particularly have a design in mind when I started. All I knew is that I really wanted to continue experimenting with the tough bricks to see if I actually did want to start incorporating it more into our dwarven city, and I also wanted to make sure the design felt like it was built into this ruggedy rocky outcrop by offsetting the different layers. So we have a downstairs area and an upstairs, but the upstairs is set a bit further back into the rocky outcrop, allowing us to create a more rugged landscape around the house. And that should be the last piece of the puzzle. And I also want to give a shout out to the people in the comments that were telling me to use more copper in my builds. I decided to add some copper windows. I'm not a huge fan, but I'm just doing this for a meme at this point, just to kind of showcase that I am actually trying to put other things in these builds. Well, I'm going to go ahead and get to work on pathing and landscaping the area, as the goal here is to try and make it seem a little bit more rugged than the actual main entranceway to make it feel as if this is more worked and heavily walked through. And I also want to go ahead and add in a little bit more greenery to the area to make it feel like the dwarves do have a little bit of life in their kingdom. And there we go. If we fly out just to get a better look, you can sort of see that it is now nearing completion, although there is some fine details I think we could improve upon in the long term. But overall it looks good. I'm starting to become quite the fan of the tough bricks in using them for our dwarven build. I don't think I want to overuse them, as I'm not a big fan of using them in like a big wall format like this, but I definitely like the look of using like the brick as a frame and then filling in the walls using the tough polished tough walls, giving it a bit more of a depth. And to be honest, I just really love the wall texture. The only thing that I wouldn't normally do is add slanted roofs, as I don't think in Dwarven lore there's really much of a reason to actually have slanted roofs, as there's not really that much running water or snow underground in the Dwarven Empire. So I would normally just make a flat roof like I've done over there. However, the reason why I've added a slanted roof over here is because I am going to plan on putting a waterfall somewhere around this area. I haven't quite decided if I want to go ahead and do it over here where this natural formed ravine is, or if I want to turn this ravine into a bit of a mine and then maybe put the waterfall on this side, coming over here, coming down, splashing down here, and then coming maybe underground and then coming out the side of this cliff down here somewhere. But I haven't quite decided that yet. So gathering some andesite and grabbing some spruce leaves, but we won't need that many, we'll just need a small handful. I think we go ahead and we start building up this wall, covering up this giant hole in the side of our dwarven mountain. And the way that I'm going about this is basically just copying the design that we've used previously, mixing in andesite and stone, where you basically count anywhere between 3 and 7 blocks, making sure that you always do it within 1 block below or above the adjacent one, so that you end up with something that looks a little bit like this. If we go ahead and jump down to the side, like so. So the idea is that it'll match this up here, but the hardship is, as it curves, you kind of have to change the design up a little bit. But let's just go ahead and see if we can get it done. As we jump into a time lapse, remembering that we need to also place down leaf blocks on the outside blocks just to avoid any iron golem spawns from our iron farm. Well, let's go ahead and head back inside and see what this looks like. Oh, yes, I'm liking this already. I actually went a little bit off script, guys, towards the end, because normally the technique is that you would never do less than 3 blocks. But I really wanted to kind of make the curve look way more natural, so I actually ended up adding in single and double blocks. You can maybe see just around about here. I added in like some singles and some doubles just to try and help that curve look a little bit more natural. We've got some work to do over here, but it is going to have to go ahead and just not be done in this episode. My brain just short-circuited completely there. But hopefully being able to string some sentences together, I'm heading down to where we've been mining out in this episode, because we have indeed now actually spent 100 days in Minecraft Hardcore mining out this area and mining out that area upstairs. So we have indeed spent 100 days simply mining in our dwarven city in Minecraft Hardcore. Not exactly the most entertaining video, however, I will have to go ahead and kind of say that unfortunately it's just the way that things are, especially when you're building a dwarven kingdom. You will end up mining way more than you actually want to. So we may actually have to completely rethink our approach to mining out this area, especially if we're going to want to start making this city much bigger, it's going to take us some sort of dwarven engineering to be able to mine blocks out way faster by heading outside, because we've got a bunch of things to do before we can jump into today's task, which is starting with this area, because this is where, if you remember back in episode 1, we built the encampment where we survived for a couple of days as we were terraforming the entranceway to our dwarven kingdom. Well, we need to go ahead and get all of this deleted and yeeted. However, we do have some things that are pretty important, like this chest contains the first set of wooden tools we ever made in this world, the first stone tools and iron tools, along with the first ever shield and iron armor that we made. Unfortunately, the diamond armor got upgraded to the netherite, so we couldn't really keep that. So let's go ahead and get all this stuff moved inside, where we're heading down into somewhere where you guys over on YouTube won't have seen very much in the videos, as this stands as the Hall of Heroes for the people that become members on YouTube, and also the people over on Twitch that subscribe get an armor stand that we upgrade every time they then continue the sub after the fact. So we can place down our memory box and start filling it up with all of our old memories. We will get these displayed properly in the future at some point, but for now this will do, as we've got lots to get on with. However, we head back out to our pile of old rubble, where I'm just trying to take a very quick glance to see if there's anything that we really need to be keeping here, but I think this is pretty much good to just completely trash. So, with you guys as my witness, we will burn everything which we collected within the first 100 days of this world together. There we are. Now, I've actually had a pretty cool idea with what I actually want to do, instead of just getting rid of all this. But first, let's head back inside, sleep the night away so the phantoms aren't an issue, grab some food, and now I don't have the phantoms to distract me and really do my head in. I could actually go ahead and just explain that I actually thought it would be a cool idea to cover this up and kind of make this into like a rocky boulder outcrop area, so the kind of stone will protrude up and it'll basically just like a lump of rock, but we know as an audience that underneath that lump of rock is preserved the first ever base that we ever made in this world. How cool would that be? However, moving up over the first initial mountain that we've built will reveal the top of the previous mountain. Now, I actually have decided what I'm going to go ahead and do is use our shovel to start digging up all of the snow blocks and hopefully collecting some snow, as I'm gonna need it for the upcoming project. Scratch that, we actually need to get a different Ow. This is why I don't try and be clever with my filming. I'm not good at it, okay? But putting our toolbox down, we actually have a diamond shovel with silk touch, but only silk touch. So I think we're just going to spend a little bit of time quickly upgrading this so that it's similar to our netherite one, where we're going to need to buy efficiency 5. My god, that's expensive. Can't go wrong with a little bit of a mending book. The beautiful Unbreaking 3 book. Oh, I didn't need to buy that many. Oops. Then we combine the books, making it cheaper, and then throw it on that shovel. I'd also like to go and say, don't worry, we are going to be upgrading that to a netherite shovel at some point. We've just got a bit of mining to do in the nether to be able to actually go ahead and do that. But you wouldn't be the first people to say that I need to do it, as you've just seen the little hall of heroes. I actually have a lot of people that are currently waiting on netherite armor upgrades, so yeah. But landing on the peak of the mountain, we're only going for the snow at the moment. We may come back and level out the rest of the mountain. However, going to be covered up anyway, so there's no real issue if we kind of just leave it all lumpy and bumpy. We may want to mob spawn proof it at some point, but that's something to worry about in the future. I was actually using the grave, the stone, to actually figure out where the heck I had dug snow blocks from, but it started snowing again. Well, we've run out of bottles of enchanting, and we've also used up our silk touch pickaxe, so we're gonna have to leave the digging of the snow blocks there, but we will come back to it again in the future, as we are gonna need a whole lot of snow block. Well, that's 3.5 shulkers filled up. Going to quickly gather up some dirt, as we are gonna need it. Which, tearing down this mountain isn't an immediate job that needs to be doing, but since we need to gather some dirt, it's pretty much killing two birds with one stone. That's the first inventory of dirt constructed? What? I'm also heading up into the air to showcase just how much we actually need to remove, because all of this dirt that I'm flying over right now needs digging down and basically bringing down to sea level so that it makes the mountains stand out a little bit more. Because if we actually head back over here, you can see that it's kind of all like hilly and terrainy, and I want the surrounding area leading up to the mountain range to be completely flat so that it makes the mountain range just stand out like this giant awesome monument that it's supposed to be. So we're gonna head back over to where our dwarven keep is and head down to the sea level, start mining out just a little bit more dirt towards the mountain direction, seeing if we can at least try and get the shoreline dug all the way out so we can kind of see where we're going from. I've not even touched the surface, as you can see, and we're nowhere near the mountain. We've literally got to take back this entire area. This is a much bigger job than I anticipated. So we're going to take it a little bit closer to home and start digging out the mountain from probably where this mini ravine is. But first, let's just head back to the shoreline so we can figure out what Y level we need to actually go down to, making sure to keep one block above the shoreline so that we can make beaches on the side. We are wanting to go down to about Y64. So hopping back over near to the mountain, we're on 91 right here, and we need to take it down to 64. So we've filled up a second chest, and we are most certainly going to need a beacon if we're going to want to do this. This is not doable without one, I don't think. Coming back over to our villager trading hall, I don't think we're going to be needing to mine out anymore in this area, so I think we're just going to go ahead and take the beacon from here. We have so many iron blocks now that I'm not even actually going to bother taking the iron blocks, because it's just going to take up more time than it's worth to mine them up, so we're going to leave them there for prosperity. And I just wanted to take a second to admire this hall. I am just in awe at this hall. Come and grab one of you as well. Construct said beacon. Yeah, I needed 2 more blocks, which should allow us to now just put the cherry on the top. Badoom. And I think we start at just the highest point near the beacon, and we just see how long it takes to get us down to Y64 in a small area. I don't want to overdo it. I'm not trying to go too far with this, just kind of see how long it takes with a beacon. And that should about finish that up. I'm now very quickly running backwards and forwards, trying to save as much of the stone as possible, because we're going to need a lot for what we're about to do next, which should give us the last little bit over here. So yeah, this is one in a tiny bit chunk. This was already dug out because it was a ravine that was kind of cutting through underground. But yeah, this took me half an hour and the entire durability of one pickaxe to do. When I talk about the ambition of this project, I'm kind of not underselling it. This is literally just the outside is probably like 500 hours worth of work, and not to spoil anything, but heading inside, this is probably about 1,000 hours worth of work, if not much more, considering this is only one of potentially 2 or 3 caverns that I have in mind. Then you've got the buildings to consider, you've got everything else to Ow. Seriously, you would have thought I would have learnt my lesson from like 2 minutes ago, but I didn't. But we are at this point where I actually need to go ahead and copy this entire design of mixing the cobble and andesite and stone in order to blend the stone wall that we've got going on here into the dirt on the sides of the mountain over to this side. So after a quick repair stop, we gather up some cobble, and along with getting sidetracked, digging out way more than I actually need to, and I'm starting out by making a very simple outline of kind of where I want the stone to sort of go, and I want it to protrude out a lot from where this kind of dirt wall is here. And then all we have to really do is just go ahead and mix in some stone and some andesite and kind of just start bringing up the levels, and just using this opportunity to just mix in a little bit of grey concrete. And then we also want to go ahead and mix in some gravel. But this is looking really, really good so far. I definitely think there's a lot of improvements we can do. So if we head up into the air, basically we need to get to work on building up this landscape just a little bit more, and trying to learn about how we're actually going to texture and just make this look a little bit better and a little bit less blocky and pyramidy. As you can see, we've kind of used a lot of the same lengths here, so we need to go ahead and get a lot of this changed. Grab a bunch of the dirt that we had previously dug out. Honestly, every time I fly up, I'm actually looking at this and there's just more and more to refine every time I fly up. I definitely think I need to refine my hill building skills a little bit. So we grab our cobby muscle stone and we head up to where the transition from the grass into the stone is, to help add in the sense that the grass and the moss is starting to grow in and over the stone. I think we just run around and we just add patches of cobby muscle stone around the stone, which will help the transition and just add a slight sense of realism. Making sure to head into the stone layer and add in a little bit into the stone as well, so that it helps with the transition. Yeah, from a distance, it looks great. The only thing I'm not a fan of is these dirt bands. So we need to do something to try and tackle them, which I have a theory which may not look great, but it's worth just testing to have a look, is just experimenting by placing down some oak leaf blocks in like random patterns, which should help kind of cover up some of these bigger dirt patches that we've got going on. It certainly gives it kind of a bushy feeling. I do kind of like it. I think we just need to be more purposeful with it. I am wondering if just running around and adding like some different vegetation, making sure to take the flowers out just so we don't have too much color, because you guys know me, I don't really like my color, but we'll see if this kind of helps just add to the bushiness and maybe just take away from the sharp edges of the block so much. Yeah, that definitely adds a little bit of life to it, actually. I do kind of like that. It's definitely making the hill look a little bit more natural and just a little bit less handmade. The color variation is sticking out a little bit too much. Maybe ferns would have been a better idea for the biome. I am making a very quick trip back to my old base, where I've come for some of this good stuff. Then crafting some slabs and some stairs and other bits. I knew there would be some gravel around here somewhere for us to grab. The idea here is to make it seem like boulders have fallen down off the mountain, or the grass is receding, showing some of the rocky outcrop underneath, and just add a bit of life to the mountain. And we've finished that, so just taking a quick look, it definitely looks like we've now got some more natural kind of rocky outcrops going on. And upon reflection, I think there's a couple of things that we need to improve upon moving forward. I think we need to improve upon our blending, and it needs to be more gradual. It's just way too harsh and it just doesn't quite look the way that I intended it to. But I do kind of like how we've got these like streams of like stones in places. But I think we have to remember as a community that this is a project that's going to take me hundreds of hours to complete. The mountain range is going to span from north to south by about 1,000 blocks in total, if not even longer, and we have loads of terraforming to do. However, I wanted to make sure that I was bringing out these episodes weekly for you. Well, it's Tuesday the 7th, so let's see what shenanigans we can get up to to today. I do want to say that it has been a heck of a while since I've actually loaded into this game, so I'm a little bit bamboozled as to what we were actually up to last time we were playing. In which, come to think of it, we were actually mining ancient debris. I actually remember we were doing this on a live stream now that I think about it. And I definitely have PTSD from the comment section from people telling me to smelt the nether gold ore, as you get ingots from that rather than using the pickaxe to get the nuggets from it. So yeah, we'll let that do its thing, I think. I actually completely forgot just how grand this hall actually is, and I am absolutely loving this hallway. I definitely wish I had made this even bigger, but considering it took me like 3 episodes to finish, I think it's fine how it is. But my goal in this episode is to hopefully have the ultimate start to 2025 in our Dwarven hardcore world, where we'll have a quick repair of the tools, and that should be 1 pickaxe onto the second. This seems like an easier way to finish things up, I think. So jumping into our first project of 2025, I actually want to go ahead and finally do it. You guys have been nagging me for the longest time to make a grow lichen farm, as it is a way to kind of make the place look a little bit more rustic. It adds a bit of light, but more importantly, I can actually use it for grading. Crafting up a few blocks real quickly for an example. We can actually improve our stone to grass blend by going stone, andesite, cobble, mossy cobble, then we can put down moss, and then we can put down grass, but there's a gap here because we can take some shears and head into the wild and get some grow lichen. Heading back down, we can actually go ahead and place down a moss block. If we actually add grow lichen onto the top of here, from a distance, it actually looks more like a kind of like a blend between the grey and the green, and then obviously the moss underneath shows through, and it actually adds the perfect middle ground between the mossy cobblestone and the actual moss block. So in order to build this, we are going to need a few things, so we need to head back to the old base. I suppose we can go ahead and grab ourselves a chest and some hoppers. It's genuinely been that long since I've been in this game that I couldn't remember the dispenser recipe. That's really embarrassing. We're also going to need all the bones we can get, and with all that gathered, we can head back to our main city area, in which I think I need a better name for this place, because technically speaking, the whole thing is the main city area. This is just like the cavern area of the city. The whole underground building is a city, so yeah. In which I'm kind of sat looking around thinking, where am I going to build this? And then I realized we have the perfect building. But either way, inside this house is a perfect place to go ahead and quickly throw this together. You place down the storage, hopper into said storage, put an observer facing down, put one underneath facing up. I forgot one tiny ingredient, bear with me. New year, old me apparently, because no matter what year it is, apparently I'm still just as bad at planning builds where I completely forget the little resources that I need to actually get stuff done, so no change there. Place down the sticky piston so that it attaches to this observer here. All you have to do is actually just go ahead and farm the grow lichen off this bottom layer, but if I just sit here and farm this for a little bit, you may start to notice a problem, which looks a little bit something like this. Yeah, just 9 stacks almost of grow lichen uses up an entire shears, as well as an entire 9 stack of bone meal. With the scale of this hall that I'm actually planning to build and the size of the mountain that we're building outside, we're going to need more than 9 stacks. In fact, we're probably going to need more than 9 double chests full of grow lichen. The shears part is really easy because we actually have way more than enough iron now with the working iron farm to just build them whenever we need them, but we can also go ahead and throw unbreaking on there as well as efficiency to actually speed up farming the lichen. The real issue here is looking in our mob loot chest. We are completely out of bones, so we have no way of basically making any more bone meal in our world, so we're gonna have to build a bone meal farm. Where we run back to our main open cavern area, we really need to name this place, guys. Leave a name down in the comments and we'll choose a cool name for this place. But now that we're here, we need to go ahead and build a new building, a bit like the lichen farm. We need one that's gonna house our bone meal farm, and I'm looking at this little outcrop here and I have the perfect idea for what I want to do for this next building in our Dwarven city. So, in order to get started, I first want to go ahead and build a stone base. So, we'll place down a double chest where we can go ahead and just temporarily put all the materials that we need, as we're going to have to go and gather a few more bits and bobs in the form of cobblestone. So I've come down to the area that we were mining out just before the holidays to continue mining it out and gather up some cobble. Well, we made a little bit of a dent, at least. Still got, you know, millions of blocks to go, but anyway, we move on. Now, I don't know if I'm going to change my idea towards this, but my thinking is that we actually want to go ahead and build it up from the ground, at least this ground, by about 3 or 4 blocks, and build like a bit of a rocky outcrop type thing that this whole building sits on. So I want to raise it a little bit, add a little bit of depth, and I think in order to do this, we bring the actual rocky outcrop. I'm kind of just doing a very quick outline here. I'm planning this as I go. This isn't really like the best interpretation. We're just very quickly going to go ahead and do a second layer here. Then going around and adding in a third layer. Then I think I actually am going to finish off by filling in the actual blocks. Normally I wouldn't. I'd kind of just ignore this little bit. But I do think I actually want to try and help prevent mob spawns and stuff in my actual world moving forward to help with performance. So I think by filling it in, it's only going to help us in like enabling or disabling mob spawns in the little caverns and little holes that we don't really need in our world. Yeah, looking good. We need to detail this a little bit and add a little bit of life to the rock and make it look a little bit more rugged, but it works for what it needs to be. But we jump forward in time and it's now the 8th of January, so let's get to work in building up this area. And my goal here is to try and blend this little rocky outcrop in and kind of add in a blend of andesite and cobblestone to make it look a little bit rough, a little bit treaded on, and make it just look not so clean. So I'm starting off the build by basically making a very simple outline of where I actually want the inside of the building to lay, which as you can see is starting to take a little bit of shape, and you can start to see how I'm actually doing this. I want it to kind of protrude out of the wall of the cave, making it look as if the dwarves actually carved this house and the base foundations out of the actual stone in the cave, and then we're going to kind of build and carve on top of it to kind of decorate it and add some je ne sais quoi. So jumping straight in, it proceeded to take us 1 hour to build this building. My only regret is that I didn't actually fully integrate it into the cavern. I wish I had made more of an effort to make it feel as if it was a natural stone pillar in the stone cavern originally that had been carved out. That's one of the goals for the buildings in here, is I want every building to make it feel as if it's naturally a part of the cavern that's been like carved out. So jumping outside, I actually finished off this day's gaming session by doing an impromptu live stream, which reminded me to very quickly discuss something that's quite important, in that I have hundreds if not thousands of hours of mining and building yet to do on both the mountain and mining out the area in our cavern, which means that I am going to be doing a lot more live streams over on my Twitch channel. So this is just your friendly reminder to go and drop in a follow if you want to catch me live, hang out and have a good laugh. However, we jump to the next day. So crafting a very temporary staircase before we actually make one inside. Head round for some glass, which we can purchase from this fine fellow over here, and maybe over here too. Yes, thank you for your fine glassware. Okay, so it turns out my brain can't function after I've done a full day at work because I completely misinterpret the actual size of the farm again. So I'm tearing it all down because I can't actually go back to the way that I wanted to do it, and we're going to start this one again. I knew my maths wasn't quite adding up somewhere, but we got there in the end. And I'm letting my lazy streak kind of win again by testing to see if I actually need to make every single block a solid water block, or if I can just get away with doing this top block and letting it run down and then hoping that the kelp turns it into a solid block. But we'll find out very shortly. Which, judging by the way that this is functioning, I think we actually need to make every single block a solid water block, because what should be happening is they should be flying up to the top. But it's not, so yeah. So I got to work placing down buckets, which took a very, very, very quick 20 minutes. Okay, we are absolutely done. Wait, we have fishes? Okay, I hope that doesn't interfere with the farm. I don't think it should do, but we are now done and dusted, so we can actually go ahead and do a very quick test. And let's go ahead, start a quick timer, and just see how much we can actually gain in 15 minutes. In which I may as well fill my time doing something, right? Rather than just sitting around waiting for 15 minutes. So we'll just jump down here and keep mining out the area, I suppose. Well, that's about 15 minutes, so let's take a look at our wares. We got 40 in here, and over here we should have, wait, 22? That's like half of what the other one got. But we can now turn our attention to the last element that we need to make this work by making a couple of composters. We just need about 4 of these bad boys. As placing these down right here, we can actually go ahead and make a very basic version of a bone meal farm. Actually, you know what? I'm actually thinking we can speed this up by funneling bone meal into a single thing like this. Oh, we've literally got 1 bone meal in 15 minutes. We may need to rethink this, and the last hour and a half that we've put into making this may have been a slight mistake. Oh, apparently it was 4 bone meal because I accidentally didn't put this going into a chest, so yeah, my bad. But yeah, 16 bone meal an hour, that's not gonna cut it, I'm afraid. So I am gonna change up the design. So let's jump into a quick time lapse, change up the design, and try something else. We've now got a much better farm going because all we have to do is just take this 1 bone block out. In fact, that just turned to 2 real quickly, and then we can actually go ahead and get 18 bone meal there. So this farm is actually super fast now that it's fully functioning. And the best part about it, all we have to do is just turn it off like this whenever we're going to leave our base, and it shouldn't lag our world, because the last thing you want to do is turn this off when you unload the chunks, because apparently that causes issues. And turn on our bone meal farm, as we're going to have to leave this running for a little bit of time, but we're going to need to farm some bone meal. So I thought in the meantime we'd head up here, and I thought I'd also go ahead and just Siri, set a timer for 1 hour. And there we are. So 1 hour, let's get some stone mined out and continue building up this cavern area and beginning to shape it some more. Oh, my wrist is vibrating. Oh, we're done. 1 hour's up. And it seems like my pickaxe was saved by the bell, because I was completely zoned out there, and it looks like my pickaxe was about to go boom. So let's head back up into our farm area. Well, it's still running, which is always good. But what are the fruits of the farm's labor? How much are we in profit? Ooh, almost 2 stacks of bone blocks. That's incredible. So if we head over to the iron factory, and with some shears, we can actually go ahead and see that we've completely managed to get many stacks of bone meal. In fact, that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5... 16 and a bit stacks of bone meal in 1 hour. That is incredible. So we can load her up into our little farm area. Place down 1 glow lichen. Anyway, let's go ahead and just grab everything that we've just put in the chest back out of the chest. Quick pit stop for some food. And a pit stop to repair the tools that we almost broke and lost forever. We also need to stock up on our cobbled deep slate before we move on. And grab some turf. And then use the most unorthodox way to farm moss blocks instead of just, you know, funneling the hoppers into a chest. I can just do this instead. But we can head outside because that's where we're actually moving on to now. We need to tower up right next to our entranceway and create a little bit of a platform here. And we need to just go and grab some more dirt. But it's weird that once upon a time we were actually building this without an elytra, and my MLG bucket game was not on point, and we didn't have feather falling on our shoes. And I actually almost died falling off the top of this on episode number 1. I don't remember if I ever told you guys that, but yeah, little Easter egg for you there. Not like nowadays where we can just fly down, grab the dirt that we need, then fly back up. Easy peasy. But that should about do. But I should probably go ahead at this point and quickly explain why we've actually been working towards this point. One thing I've never quite been happy about since episode 1 a year ago is I built this on top of the entranceway as a way to make it look as if the entranceway had been carved into the cliff. Not to mention, it looks a little bit flat. There's no texturing going on yet, there's no detail, there's no depth to it. And one thing that I've actually sort of changed my mind on over the last couple of months is I've been thinking that the wall needs to look like it's been kind of carved out, but I feel like there should be a lip that comes out and extrudes out a little bit at the top of the carved out wall where water would kind of come down and drip over and the moss would kind of grow and the grass would grow. And I just generally feel like we need to add a bit more grass and greenery around this area anyway to make it look a little bit more realistic. So the idea here is to just kind of mix and match a little bit of basalt and a little bit of deep slate underneath to make it feel and seem like there's a bit of a shadow going on underneath. I feel like we need to kind of add some darker blocks, which is going to help add a sense of shadow and a sense of depth to the overhanging cliff edge. The goal is to also try and stagger these blocks a little bit as well. We don't want to make it look too uniform and kind of look like it's all natural. You want to make it try and aim to make it look like water has also naturally carved certain areas away more than others. So it's going to be a little bit of a tricky game, but it's about balance and just keep trying and removing and adding blocks where we need them until we kind of figure this out and get this right. Possibly even using the occasional slab as well to help actually add even more depth between the actual individual blocks, which I think will just add a little bit of something to the overall build here. Can also start throwing in the occasional cobblestone and start making it feel like it's starting to just transition. And what this will look like from a distance, I'm hoping, is as if the grass is just starting to grow sort of underneath the curb, just as if the moss has been growing just a bit too long. Gonna also throw down a few cobbled staircases in there just to kind of help accentuate the different levels and details. Then as we get round to the top, we can kind of be a little bit less anal about the blending and kind of just keep it more straight to the point with just using our stereotypical technique where we just count along a number of blocks, going no longer than 7 but no shorter than 3, and just build out the actual platform. Now our next move is to then start blending the grass back into the stone, which is where earlier on in the video where we were talking about the blending method that we were going for with the stone to grass comes back into play again. I really should have brought some andesite with me. I feel like it needs a little bit more work on the top half here, but we'll go ahead and tear down the little platform that we built. Quick nip back to bed so we can go for the grand reveal in daylight. And I've turned shaders off for the grand reveal just so we can get a truer sense of what this is gonna look like. And if we head up into the air with the grand reveal, Oh yes, that is getting there. That is looking like we've made some progress on the shading. I mean, oh boy, even with shaders, it's looking damn good. But just to give you guys a little bit of context as to just how far we've actually come in this year, this is what my texturing looked like a year ago when I first began this world. My skills have come on way better from this to this. And it might only seem like a small transition right now, but trust me, when we apply this technique to the entire mountain and we get to build it up a lot more, this is going to look absolutely incredible. I mentioned it a few episodes back, but one of the things that I wanted to achieve is to hide our very first OG base that we built all the way back in episode 1. I wanted you guys to have something that was a little bit secret for the OGs that you guys would know about but nobody else would, that was newer to the series. So we're actually going to go ahead and design a boulder that's going to hide our original base, and we'll never uncover it again. Nobody will ever know that it's here. I will never reference it again. It is just this one time where you guys are actually getting to know a little bit of secret lore that's going into the outside design of this area. Well, I think the shape needs a little bit of work, and some of the blocks need replacing, as I think I've put a bit too much tuff down. But overall, it's not looking too bad. I also need to blend it into the floor a little bit with some more cobblestone and kind of make it, you know, look like it's actually part of the world. Welcome back, everybody, and happy Monday. At least I wish I could say it was a happy Monday, but we've ran into a bit of a problem. If I head into our villager trading hall, you'll notice it's very loud in here, and we seem to have had a bit of an outbreak, so it's a bit of an emergency. Good job we smelted that gold in the previous episode, as we are going to need all of it. In fact, we're going to need so much that we've actually completely... In fact, why am I doing that? I need to be more efficient about this. I'm not being very smart here, so let's go ahead and put the copper in there. Let's place all of this down. Then pickaxe goes burr. Kinda. And that about wraps up the gold. Smelt the gold. Use this opportunity to smelt some potions. And time to begin Operation Cure Villagers. And then use this on you, you, and you. And then is it going to work? Ah, poop. Never mind, I had one more in my inventory. Because that doesn't look sus at all. Just one randomly appearing in your inventory. But it was in fact there, so we're all Gucci. Now, you may be wondering about these ones upstairs, as we're going to have to cure all of these. But we've moved all of the clerics into our trader hall, so we actually have no use for these. So forgive me, Minecraft gods, for saying this, but execute Order 66. I am not proud of what I've done, but it had to be done. I got sidetracked again, but I wanted to just make that up whilst we had the gold. And I've just been to make some minecart rails, so now I think I'm going to go ahead and speed run getting some villagers back into the top floor of our old trading floor so we can get some farmers. Placing down the trap. I need some redstone. We're honestly not going to talk about what just happened in the slightest, by the way. And back again. And make some powered rails. That's not supposed to happen. Whilst we wait for more babies to grow up, we'll go ahead and lock in the trades. I ended up getting sick of waiting, so I resorted to child labour in order to actually start getting this thing on the road. For legal reasons, that's a joke. And with 15 villagers now in place, I think it's fair to say that that's probably all that I'm going to need for now. And we've also run out of villagers in our farm as well, so now seems like a very good time to finish up and move on. And jumping down to our main city area, I asked you guys for suggestions on what we could actually call this place, in which I've got to give a bit of a shout out to Obnoxious Rex, who kindly commented and pointed out that I should just call this the city centre, which kind of makes sense in all honesty, because it is going to be the center of the city although it is going to be kind of huge. What do you guys think? Let me know in the comments. But I've jumped down here because I need to go ahead and connect this up to the mainland, and I had a bit of an epiphany at work earlier today as to how I could actually connect this up and actually make it make sense in our world. So by quickly connecting this up here and come up to where our grow lichen farm is, we built this here. Now my original intention for this was to kind of add another sort of mine, or just like a little vein coming off the Dwarven Kingdom, just kind of going off in a random direction as if it was where some of the dwarves kind of prospected. But I think in retrospect it would make sense, and the goal here is to try and maintain a 3-block high and then a 1 center block. But I'm deliberately trying to offset each extra layer so that it gives the impression that it wasn't mined out completely straight, and it's going to be decorated to be a little bit more rustic so that it just makes a little bit more sense. Bringing it down to Y40 by mining out in this straight direction, we should come out to the bridge in theory, which it looks like we were off center. I have realized though that we may need to slightly alter the design because this bridge is 2-block wide, and we did this 3-block wide, which means, yeah, we need to actually make it 4 blocks. And so we actually need to go ahead and do this like so. Strip all this back very quickly. Then got to fill in the wall that we accidentally dug out to make it 4 blocks wide. Fill in that roof. As I'm walking up this corridor, lighting it up, all I can hear in my head is like so many people in the community just screaming at me for not making it taller so that you're bumping your head on the way up. It seems to annoy quite a lot of people. And I interrupt this broadcast to say I am an absolute idiot. As we jump into Tuesday, I have literally just spent the last hour and a half filming content only to realize it was on the wrong scene, and I've not actually recorded anything because it's all just a black screen. So heading outside, let's see if we can speedrun everything that I've gone over and covered in the last hour and a half by landing on the post that points how tall our Misty Mountain range is going to be, in which you can see this stone here is actually where we've dug out of the mountain and into the open. So we're actually going to need to build the cavern by hand, which I was talking about it being bittersweet, as one of the goals in this world, I would love to see if we can hit at least 100 million stone mined, which is a feat. I hold my hands up and say that is something that is a little bit far-fetched in all honesty, but it's still a goal as a community I'd like to rally behind, which is why it proves a bit of a problem that we've actually mined out into the open here, because it means we're not going to have as much stone to mine out, unfortunately, but it does speed up the progress, as it means that in a future episode to come we can actually build the outline of the cavern that we want, build the size that we want, and then all we have to do is dig down. When jumping back down into our main city, you can actually kind of see where we've dug this section out already, and this section alone took me about an hour. So even by building the top half of the cavern outside, the inside area and digging it all out to the right level is probably still about 3,000–4,000 hours worth of work. Just taking a very quick stop to go and get some more food. Now I need some stone, so it's lucky that I really want to mine out 100 million stone, and we've got plenty of stone to mine out up here, right? And I know that I keep making promises to you guys, but I actually do promise you this time I am planning on building a very, very large storage room once we've actually started making a little bit of progress. I don't know quite where I want to put it yet, but I have a rough idea. When you've got to worry about digging out such a large area first before you can actually build anything. Honestly, that's the biggest setback in this hardcore series, is anytime that you guys give me an idea or I come up with something that I want to build, I first have to then clear out hundreds of thousands of blocks in order to build said thing, so that's why the progress is slow, but thanks to your guys' support, we're able to continue doing this. So kickstarting off, I actually need to go ahead and just strip this back a little bit because it's kind of in the way for what we're wanting to do here, so we're just going to very quickly just take this back a few blocks. connect these up real quickly. And so this is the start of the decline, which is eventually it's gonna taper off a bit, but then it's gonna slowly decline as it goes further and further out, thus further expanding the actual depth of the cavern when we get into the main area, because this is not going to be a particularly deep part of the cavern. I wanted to try and make this a little bit shallower, and in true Mickey T fashion, I was testing something, came across a mini cavern, and I need to fill it. So yeah, just very quickly gotta get this filled. And just fill that in there like that, and then that's that cavern filled. But I'll continue what I started. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh, this is way bigger than I anticipated. Oh boy. As a dwarf, I'll never pass up on getting richer though. All the riches. I've come to accept that this is probably just a lighty up job, as I really don't have the patience or the time to spend filling this all in with stone, because it means I'll have to gather several more inventories worth, and I ain't got time for that. Okay, after we've done a bit of prep of the land around it, we can go ahead and start building, as we need to build a frame of what this is going to look like. So this pillar that we've got here is supposed to be a completely natural bumpy and lumpy stone pillar, and I actually want to have like little ledges carved out that these bridges go into, so it looks like the dwarves have kind of like built and carved it out a little bit, but wanted to respect the land and the generation of the stone and not wanted to completely dig through it. So we need to go ahead and design a shape that goes all the way from the bottom to the top. So starting a little bit away, I want to go ahead and start building up a sort of tree trunk like shape that looks as if the stone is starting to come up and out of the ground, and make it seem like a bit of a tree trunk, a bit natural and a bit all over the place. Then, as we've got to the same level as the bridge over there, I've gone ahead and extruded it out a little bit, because we want a bit of a platform for the dwarves to kind of walk around on, as well as we're also going to have to start the next segment going up from here, and we're going to have to bring it out to here. So this gives us like a 3 or 4 block wide walkway all the way around the pillar, which is that's about what we were after. And the idea here is I don't want any of it to feel equal, so assuming the same technique that we did over here, all we're going to do is do the exact same thing, but we're going to stagger it by like 1 block either before or after the direction, to give the sense that it's not completely equal and it's all a bit lumpy and bumpy and a bit all over the place. So you'll see as we start to get around this, you'll start noticing that we have these kind of natural crevices that get formed, and eventually this is going to lead us into an easier way to shade and texture this, as we're going to be able to put the darker bricks in the sunken bits to accentuate the shadows and make the lumps stand out, and then lighter bricks on the outside to help give the effect of highlight, as well as throwing in the odd cobble just to make it look a little bit natural and a little bit like little bits of stones have kind of fallen down and landed and rested over time. And of course we will add some shade into this eventually, but as in every Mickey T build, we build it with stone first and spend several months before we come back around to it adding in the detail. But we jump right into rinsing and repeating this technique just to build a quarter of this to see how it looks. Well, if you look from up top, it looks pretty good. The closer you get, though, it starts to deteriorate in quality. On corner points is a little bit of a weak point for me at the moment, so I've definitely got some learning to do. But overall, it doesn't look too bad. We just now need to go ahead and repeat the process on all 4 sides. And place a few more blocks down, then let's head up to the top and see what this looks like from a bit of a distance, because as I've said previously, if we get too close, all of this falls apart. That doesn't actually look too bad. I'm quite happy with that. There is some bits that I really do need to change. It definitely needs a bit of detail, and I want to add a bit of moss in there, kind of make it look a bit overgrown, but that honestly doesn't look too bad. And that was actually really good timing, because we've just run out of food, so we'll have to go and replenish that. And I'm not gonna lie, I'm glad that I wasn't actually recording and that was a time lapse of you guys watching me build that bottom segment, because I'm gonna be honest, a lot of swear words came out of my mouth because the amount of mobs that spawned was actually insane. But yeah, a little closer up, you can kind of, first of all, see how many mobs there is, but secondly, you can kind of see the shape that I've tried to go for. I feel like it is a little bit too boxy, so I have got a little bit of work to do in fixing this up and kind of rounding it off. I've obviously got a little bit more to learn in regards of doing this, and actually I think I know what the problem is. If we actually head back through to the entranceway of our Dwarven Kingdom, like so, you'll actually see behind me above where the entranceway is, we actually started building the mountain here. And I think I've actually done the exact same problem here that I've done in there, where I've tried to use this like technique that I learned to try and build up the mountain, when I realized in order to actually build it up properly, we kind of need to just do this like slow, gradual, rounded thing. This is what I was trying to get at. I think I just need to use less of this and more of this, but we'll get there. As you guys know, this series is a complete learning curve. I don't proclaim to be a good builder in Minecraft. I'm just trying to improve and taking you guys along on the journey. But hopping back inside, the next segment won't actually be as difficult. We're basically gonna do the exact same thing what we did here, but instead of extruding it outwards at the very bottom and flaring it out, it's basically going to start from inwards and then come out gradually back up to this level, so it is in line with this bridge here. And then after that one, it's pretty much just doing the opposite that we did down there, but at the top, and then going up and having like a bit of a knobbly bit and then flaring out as we get to the top. But all in due time. But putting that inside build aside for a second, I'm gonna hop into a time lapse as I'm about to go live over on the Twitch. And I want to go ahead and apologize at this point in the video. I don't intend to advertise my live streams in every single video. It's just, as you guys are aware, we have a huge mountain range known as the Misty Mountains. Yes, inspired by the Lord of the Rings, that is going to be built in our world, and I have decided that we are ultimately going to have to build this over on the live streams, as well as switch it up occasionally just to keep them fresh. So if you want to keep up with a build of the mountain range, I would highly recommend that you do go and follow me on Twitch. The link is in the description. Well, heading back inside, I did leave the area and accidentally left this farm running and did a live stream, and I'm hoping that it didn't cause any issues, but it looks like we're okay, and I can probably go ahead and turn this off, but we might as well get a backlog and leave it running, because our attention now needs to turn back to building this, because we are now running out of time to get this done this week, and my intention was to get all of this completed. I know I completely overestimate things in my world, but it is what it is. So we're going to go ahead and jump into a time lapse now of me attempting to try and get the rest of this done, because there's a lot more that needs doing in this whole area. This is only like 10% of the work that actually needs doing. It then needs texturing and shading, and then we actually need to go ahead and build up all the cliff faces on the edge of the cliffs here. So there's so much work to do, but just not enough time in the day. So let's jump straight into it. And we go ahead, placing down the last blocks, which, oh, one more right there. Then we go ahead and take a look at what this looks like, and it is almost done. When I say almost done, I should really explain a little bit of context, in that the shape is there, but I think that we still have a fair bit of work to do on it in the long haul, as there's a lot more texturing that needs to be done here and a lot more shaping that needs to be done. It's very rugged. It's very, very jaggedy and it needs smoothing out in a lot of areas. So there's a lot of work that is yet to go into this. But so far this week, this has pretty much, well, taken me, well, all week. It's now Friday at 20 to 12 at midnight, and I've spent all week just building this and digging out this area with the occasional live stream jetted in between. And just for a little bit of accountability and to dab on dem haters, just to showcase that I did indeed mine all of this stone by hand, here's a very quick time lapse of me doing so. Well, as we are less than 200 days away from hitting 2,000 days in our hardcore world, there's one thing I really want to get done, which is I've come to realize that I'm not happy with this. I don't want it to be this sheer right off the bat, as one of the things I want to do is continue this effect all the way along the top here on both the left and the right to make it look like the grass is growing, which means that it would make way more sense to have a grassy verge on the top of this to make this look as if it's been carved out of a mountain. So I jumped right to work in tearing down the mountain and building up the less sheer verge. I did come to realize I may need to pull the moss a bit further down and blend it a bit sooner, but we can come back to that. And this is what we managed to get done in the live stream. It turned out pretty well. We've still got a lot of texturing and shading to go, and we need to start getting the stone in place and getting it all built up. But for now, it's looking pretty dang good. We've still got a long way to go, like I said, but it'll do for now. Let's jump back inside where we repair tools, and I want to go ahead and reveal the true scale, and in order to do that I'm going to need to improve my axe because there's a lot of wood that needs digging, and I never actually got the proper enchants put on this axe when I first upgraded it to netherite, so let's get that done real quick. Where some of the earlier books we bought actually are coming in handy. Purchase efficiency 5. Please look away. Please. Well, that literally took 20 seconds. Yeah, I know it's a bit controversial. A lot of people say to go for Silk Touch over Fortune 3, but given the fact that I am quite lazy, I thought if we ever come across a rare tree, getting more saplings from the leaf blocks would be more handy than the actual leaf blocks themselves. I just hope I won't live to regret that decision. But moving outside to actually go ahead and reveal the true scale of the project, and so you guys can get an understanding and so I can know whereabouts we're actually going to be building the upcoming cavern, we have to clear all of these trees, which is probably going to take me a lot longer than I'm anticipating, so let's jump into a time lapse and get to work. Well, almost 3 hours of chopping down trees there, and I have decided that I want to take a slightly different approach. Yeah, I'm going to try tackling this with fire. They say fighting fire with fire is the best course of action, so we're going to give it a try, because these trees are condensely packed, so I'm thinking that the fire might spread faster than what I'm able to chop them down, speeding up the job. But there's only one way to find out. So far, so good. I really hope I don't live to regret this. Last time I did this, it left loads of wood everywhere, and I just got so lazy I couldn't even be bothered to clean it up. I don't think it's going to work as well, but we're going to try doing it on this side of the ravine as well to see if we can get rid of the spruce trees, but I've got a feeling these are too spread out, and I'm probably just going to have to go around and manually dig these out again, but we'll see. Alrighty then, so we've managed to clean up a lot of it. We've still got some cleaning up to do, and it's not going to be 100% perfect, as I'm probably going to change the shape anyway. But heading up into the sky, it now is beginning to give us a much bigger picture of the scale that I want to build this cavern that we're going to build this dwarven city in. It's only just now dawning on me that this is a project that is way bigger than I can probably take on, but as a community, we'll see what we can handle. So let's go ahead and jump into the next segment. We're jumping straight in on the Wednesday. We got to work by digging out the actual outline for the upcoming cavern. Okay, so you can start to see the shape that this is going to take, and it's looking pretty good so far. I'm pretty happy with it. I'm kind of sat there thinking maybe I should go a little bit bigger, but let's not bite off more than we can chew. And let's remember, we can always go ahead and expand it if we ever want to make it bigger in the future. I am actually going to go ahead and probably need to get some more beacons soon, but for now I think we'll go ahead and gather up all the beacons that we've currently got lying around in our world. On to the next one. And I skipped over this one. I don't remember. Aha, it was in there. There's number 3. Thought I had one in this column, but I think I took it a while ago, so I thought I'd just quickly repair my shovel whilst. And although I need some of the emeralds to charge the actual beacons, I'll buy some bottles of enchanting, which will keep us going so we don't have to keep coming back and repairing our shovel. Then beacons normally cover a 7x7 chunk area, so I'm going to try and space these out accordingly, but I'm just not going to have enough, so I know that I'm definitely going to have to get more beacons if I'm going to want to mine out this entire area, but that's something, again, we can do in the future. There's the second one in place. And upon returning, I think I've found the 5th mysterious one, which I completely forgot about, so let's see if we can figure out where this guy is. This is one way to get down. Yes. We'll go ahead and leave the pyramid here because I know that I'll definitely need to return the beacon to this spot in the future as we're nowhere near finishing our little sub-hole. And if anybody's wanting a bit of an Easter egg, our first ever beacon is called It's About Time because you guys hounded me to get a beacon for the longest time, as I genuinely spent the first 1,000 days of this world just mining out with pickaxes without a beacon, which, looking back on it, was really not a good idea, and I really don't know why I tortured myself so much by doing that, but it is what it is. But we head back outside to finish off our 3rd beacon. Then we place down our final beacon, meaning that we've now got all of our beacons down outside. And looking at the land that we need to dig out, we're probably going to need about 7 more beacons if we're going to effectively cover the entire area. But given that that's probably going to take either several hours of farming withers or building a wither farm, which again is going to take time, which I just unfortunately don't have this week, we're going to see if we can make do with what we've got. In which, luckily, dirt is quite fast to dig out anyway. And at this point in the video, I really wanted to just go ahead and apologize. I've noticed upon editing this video that we're actually hearing the game audio twice, and I completely failed to realize this upon the time of recording. So if you hear the occasional, like, echo of a block, just know that I am sorry, and I really hope that it doesn't affect your experience of the rest of the video. And after a quick refresh of our resources and food and repaired our shovels, we can jump straight into Thursday, getting to work back on digging out the dirt. We've made some good progress so far, but we've still got a long way to go. Now, thankfully, we can dig out the dirt without needing to actually go and get more beacons, so this is going to speed this up considerably. And so we're going to jump straight back into digging out the area and getting rid of all of these dirt blocks, as I also would like to try and get a skeleton built over the top so we can see just how high this dwarf city cavern is going to be and figure out just how high the walls are going to be and where the roof is going to go, which is also going to allow us to start building up the mountain above it and on either side. To answer a question I got in the live stream recently of am I going to be building the full mountain, and like Moria, am I going to be building both an east and west entrance? I am, and I'm going to be building the other entrance over here somewhere. And by digging out and building up this area, I'm going to be able to get a better sense of the layout of the city and figure out just where we can put this entranceway. So, as I usually say, and you're probably tired of me saying by now, let's jump into that time lapse. which I feel not many content creators would admit to this, but I will put my hand on my heart and say that it kills my soul just that little bit more every time that I do a time-lapse where 6 hours of digging out dirt is condensed down to 20 seconds of your viewing pleasure. So I really hope you just take this moment to enjoy this time-lapse. And there's always a body of water that you can just trust to come along and just make the process of digging up the land that little bit harder. It always has to be me. I've also very quickly decided to add 2 more diamond shovels to the mix, and now that we've consumed all the levels we were saving up for no apparent reason, we can now actually officially jump back into a time-lapse. Honest to God, I have been staring at my screen doing nothing but digging out dirt and then repairing the shovels now for about 10 hours today, and I never want to shovel dirt again in my entire life. But this last little bit, we should be about finished up. There's some little bits left to do, but for the most part, oh yeah, this is 100% what I'm talking about. Yeah, like I said, we've got some bits to clean up, but overall it's looking pretty good. I'm liking the shape, so now we need to move on, where we're going to fill up the shulker with some andesite. And one thing I do need to point out is that we are completely out of iron, which does actually present a bit of a problem, because if I'm taking on the scale of this project and wanting to mine out this entire area, we are going to have to level up the system that we use to repair our tools. So I'm thinking in the next episode, I might even tackle building another gold farm, which you'll have seen me make in season 1, and it's one of the better XP systems you can have for repairing tools, and it'll make us one hell of a rich dwarf. Then I'm going to get to work by building up the framework of the actual cavern by working on the system that we use of making each line no longer than 7 blocks. Making sure that we mix in a fair bit of andesite and clump it together as well, just so the actual cavern has more texture to it, as we don't want everything to just be solid stone. Then we'll jump down and do the same on the opposite side. And there we are. So there's one done, taking a very quick look at it from the side. Okay, yeah, I kind of like that. I think it might be a little bit too flat on top, so we may need to come back and adjust this, but we'll take a look after doing the second one. Yeah, it's not looking too bad. We have to remember as well that we are going to be decorating this with stalactites and things, and there's going to be lots of rocks hanging from the ceiling when we eventually get around to doing it. So yeah, I'm quite happy with this. We also have to remember that the goal here is not to make a perfect sphere or rounded cavern, because no rock cavern would naturally form in such a round way, so it would make sense that the roof is kind of a little bit flat and less more carved out by water than carved out by dwarfs is kind of the goal that I'm going for. And just dig out this block and let's see what this looks like. Oh yeah, now it's starting to come together. Then using stretches of 6 or 7 blocks, we're going to go ahead and try and connect these 2 archways together. And that's not looking too bad. We do have to remember this is just... Hello. We should remember that this is only a framework, and actually building this thing up and building up the roof and the walls will obviously change the shape, and it will change a little bit as we come to do it. This is just to give me a rough guide on kind of the shape and the size of where the roof will go. But we've also got to remember I am going to be mining down probably all the way to deep slate in this cavern as well, just like we did in here. So you've got to imagine this carries on and opens up into a vast cavern. We're going to be heading out of the base as we're kickstarting this week by heading for a creaking forest, because I've heard that there's a new shade of moss which I think we really need to start getting some different texture and color and shade added to our build. And we haven't traveled too far in this world, so I don't think it'll take us too long to generate some new land. Now that I'm doing this, I think it probably would have been faster to travel in the nether. I realized how poor I was, so I'm just quickly gathering some obsidian. Gonna grab these because I don't trust myself. Think we'll head east. Another fortress. I've now traveled about 3,000 blocks, so we'll go ahead and get the portal built. What the hell? What? That is the most bizarre. I swear to God, I could not have planned this. I didn't even know portals came out this low. Oh well, let's dig up to the surface and see where we're at. Not my idea of the perfect place to come out at, but it'll do. I then proceeded to get distracted with a treasure map for about 30 minutes, which amounted to nothing. Then came across a bunch of other structures before finally flying around for about an hour and a half. We finally came to the point. Is that it? Have we found it? Yes! Get in! Oh my lord! All that just so I can go. Done. Now we can leave. Think it might also be worth just grabbing one of you. Wait. Oh. You remember when we said that we were going to put Silk Touch on the axe? No. And after a quick tidy up and sort out and heading down into the main city centre, then I think it should just be as easy as just swapping out the moss in the farm and it should start generating. Yep, there we go. Then all we have to do now is actually just replace these going into an actual chest system and we can farm this as well as normal moss. In which I've had a little bit of an epiphany. For the longest time I've been trying to think of a palette that would work for a pathway in our dwarven kingdom where it would look as if the dwarves have kind of been marching through and bits of moss and stuff had fallen off and just been treaded into like the major walkways, and I had a realization that if we actually go ahead and use some tuff to use it as the outside bricks, then blend it into some cobble, then it kind of works as a path. I was gonna say turning on shaders then actually throws this all to pot, but actually it doesn't look too bad. Yeah, it does kind of throw it off a little bit and it doesn't blend as much, but I'm still pretty happy with it. Then we can go ahead and start blending the cobble into mossy cobble. In turn, beginning to blend it into moss. Throwing down the tiny bit of grow lichen in places where looking from a distance is looking pretty good without shaders. You can kind of see that there is this natural pathway that really blends into the surroundings. Then, where the stone isn't actually being trodden on, you've kind of got this moss that's growing in the really moist environment. Then I took the edge down a few blocks as the end goal here is to not make it look so symmetrical and have different levels for the edge of this cliff face. Jumping into the next day, I wanted to go ahead and start working on a way of making a bridge across this empty vast space. So starting off, we're going to take down this side of the mountain and shave a little bit off the edge so we've got enough room to build. Following that, we're going to make a 4 wide stair out of a stone and andesite mix, making sure to fill in the sides as I'm not quite sure just what's going to be visible yet. And I want to go ahead and build a bridge over the stairway. Yep, that's looking exactly how I want it to from a distance. So all we have to do now is texture and add some depth to this. Now we're a long way done, but I wanted to have a quick look at what this looks like without shaders, because as we've already established, shaders are not really helping us with the blending and the texture in here, but it's looking good. I really like the use of deep slate to try and accentuate the shadows as it gets a little bit deeper around here. It really gives that sort of sense of depth and helps this stone bridge kind of stand out and pop a little bit. Then I wanted to take a little bit of inspiration from our hallway and see what this would look like if we used pistons turned on its side as a way to decorate the side of the bridge instead of the spruce trapdoors, which I kind of like it. It's a little bit unconventional, a little bit different, and that's what I'm really wanting to try and build upon in this series, is just trying to do things a little bit differently than what everybody else would, because, well, I like to be a little bit different. Then the next job on the list is I really want to get this fascia completed and this kind of cliff finish before we hit the 2,000 day mark, which doesn't really give us a lot of time left, but I really need to start figuring this thing out, and the way that we're going to do that is by first heading down to the bottom, then using dirt blocks, we're going to count our way up so we can figure out just how many blocks high we actually need to build this hedge. 46 to get to this height. Dividing that by 7 comes to about 6, there or thereabouts. Then using the same block palette we did before and using our 7 block technique, we're going to go ahead and do a roundabout 7 block tall, going inwards by 1 and then continuing that pattern, rinsing and repeating. Then what we should have is this dark to sort of stone back up to a greenery. This is going to allow it to look like it comes to life a bit towards the top where we've got kind of the moss growing down. Now the objective is here to rinse and repeat all the way around the corner, following this trend all the way around here and trying to fill up this entire gap. And as I jumped into building up this wall, I actually proceeded to go ahead and film for an entire day before realizing that all of the audio was screwed up in the following clip, so I'm about to show you exactly what we did in a mini montage fashion, as I really wanted to build a gold farm, but unfortunately I've been told that they are absolutely getting nerfed in a couple of updates time, which means that piglins will no longer drop XP, so I decided to give it a go at building a silverfish farm, which is known to be a considerably good replacement to the gold farm, which will allow us to repair our pickaxes super fast, and it'll be situated in our base, so we wouldn't have to travel very far to get to it. So in order to do that, we traveled all the way over to our Shire area where we knew that there was a tower, grabbed an allay, giving it an iron ingot, pulling it all the way back home, which by the way, this task in itself took me about 20 minutes. Then we finally got it back to the base of what proceeded to be 2 hours worth of giving it crystals so that it would multiply, so we could finally get this farm finished. And I am incredibly sorry about that, guys. I take no pride in making mistakes and having issues with the videos, but unfortunately, as a content creator, these things just happen and you've got to make do with what's handed to you. However, let's go ahead and jump outside, head up to the underside of the grassy verge bit, as I want to go ahead and begin working on building the underside of the grassy overhang to continue this effect that we started over the entranceway and take it all the way along on both the left and right side. Well, that's that one done. I'm glad I got that ticked off my list. But we head back inside because we've got a lot more building and transforming to do inside our cavern, where we jump straight to work finishing off Thursday. I wanted to do a very quick experiment to see if once we had triggered the silverfish farm we had just built, if they would despawn after a short amount of time. And the survey says, they despawn. Okay, so the next test is to take all 3 pickaxes that we've got in our inventory and get them all to 0 or near 0 durability and see if we can repair them all in one portion. And I have to stress that there is absolutely no use to this test other than just trying to figure out just how efficient each portion is and how many pickaxes we can realistically get away with using, and knowing just how many of them we can actually repair within a 1-3 minute portion window. Okay, let's head back inside the room. And the goal here is to activate this last portion and to see if we can repair all 3 pickaxes. Yep, it was just about pretty much 3 pickaxes plus a little bit extra, so we can give or take repairing maybe the shovel. Jumping back down, you guys might remember back in season 1 of my Dwarven Hardcore world, I built a bridge. Well, I'm going to adapt to that design of bridge, so we're going to need a couple of stone stairs. So we're going to need some andesite stairs. May have just made too many there, but oh well. Then the goal is to go 4 blocks down and start putting down some stairs. Then I'm trying to keep up the trend of trying to blend it into the edge of the cliff. And after a few more details, that's looking too bad. I meant to say that's not looking too bad. But getting a high up shot, I actually really like that. I was a little bit worried that this entrance section here might be a little bit too close to the wall, so I probably should have pulled it back 1 block. But I really like that. I'm going to leave it. I like the sort of very subtle archway. It's got some nice depth to it. Yeah, I really like it. As you guys are aware, I am trying to remake my own version of Moria from the first age of Middle-earth, where Moria was at its height. So I really want to make this Dwarven Kingdom feel lived in. I don't want it to feel abandoned and all crooked and broken and dark like it is in the films, but more this mighty, bustling kingdom. I think I want to try and add a little bit of lighting in here by just sort of offsetting just a couple of chains, as I don't want to add too much unison to the world, as I know that dwarves take pride in their stone carvings, but I still just want to add that rustic charm of having things just a little bit offset and a little bit randomly placed. Put it in a temporary lamppost. I am going to completely redesign this, but it's just temporary because there was a few mobs spawning around this area, so at least I can go ahead and knock these torches out now. Although saying that, after a few amendments, I kind of like it. It's a little bit bland. Kind of fits in with my build style, don't you think? I was going to face off this little section of cave here, but I think I've decided to go ahead and build this into a little dwarven house, as I've had some inspiration on what I can do for the decor. So I'm going to go ahead and get some polished blackstone, grab some hoppers, maybe some deep slate brick wall, but I may need something else. Grab some iron, craft a couple of cauldrons, dig out the 2 blocks at the front, placing down 2 blackstone. In between the blackstone, place down a cauldron, then place down some hoppers. Need to convert a bit more deep slate. And don't you worry guys, you don't need to tell me off in the comments about not having a storage system yet, because trust me, I know, and I am going to be working on it as soon as I can. But with the shaders, I really do think that would probably be better off with polished deep slate. That looks a little bit more fitting. Then taking our cobbled deep slate wall, I thought we would go for a bit more of a rugged texture rather than such a clean texture. Hollow out the insides a little bit more. Place down cauldrons in the top of the window to achieve that slight arched look again. Then I did promise you guys I was going to start adding a lot more colour to the build, so I thought we'd go ahead and add some spruce trapdoors as some kind of wooden pillars. Place down some stone stairs. Then just going around, we're going to start building up some of the texture and just blending in the top of the house into the cliff face. I think I need to add in just a bit of a blend of andesite around the windows just to kind of give it a little bit more of a diverse feel. Maybe add in a little bit of cobblestone behind the blocks where there's like corners, just to make it feel like it's a little bit more rugged in those areas. And it'll also help just kind of make the bricks stand out a little bit. I think I've also gone a little bit too cobble heavy around this area. I feel like we need to add in a little bit more andesite. And I think this is looking absolutely amazing. We've got to remember that this isn't supposed to be a feature building. This is just supposed to be a background building. Something that you don't pay attention to, but it's kind of in the corner of your eye. And when you're at a distance, you can really start to lose the fine details. And it really does start to look like you've got this cool little arch dwarven doorway built. So I am definitely happy with this, so let's move on. Quick stop to AFK to get some pale moss so we can go ahead and finish off the pathways. I'm also very quickly going to add some deep slate under the bridge to try and help accentuate the shadows underneath. Repeating the same on the other side. I'm also just grabbing some glow lichen as we're having a bit of an issue with the zombies spawning on top, so I think I'm just going to go ahead and throw down a few bits of glow lichen on a few different pieces of blocks. Don't know if it's really going to help all that much, but I'm hoping it'll just help curb the spawning of some of the zombies a little bit. And if you put glow lichen on leaf blocks with the messy leaf texture plugin, it adds this kind of like cool effect to it. And we've got to remember as well that the glow lichen does stand out when we're using shaders, but if we do turn shaders off, as you saw earlier in the video, it doesn't stand out nearly as much, so I'm happy with it. And also just one random thought that's just popped into my head very quickly. Many of you guys have mentioned about using dead coral blocks as decorative blocks in this world to add more texture and stuff to the grey. I just want to let you know that please don't worry, I do have plans to incorporate coral blocks, but I'm actually intending to use them for the houses that we're actually going to be building when we finally get around to digging all of this area out, because we are going to be absolutely filling this entire dwarven kingdom up with plenty of houses. So please don't worry, we are going to be experimenting with different designs and trying to incorporate different textures and looks of buildings, and just experiment and try and improve our building in the long term. Next up on the menu is to go ahead and build up the bridge a little bit that goes along the cliff, as we are going to be building up the cliff underneath this. But I kind of wanted to make it feel as if the dwarves had carved out this kind of walkway that ran along the edge. And I want to add this sort of like natural point where the dwarves kind of carved it inwards. So we're just adding down some stone stairs. Then I want to add a lot more andesite into the mix the higher we go on this, just so it makes more of a highlight at the top of the bridge so that it stands out a little bit more. Then fill it in so we don't get mob spawns, which means we're going to have to increase the amount of andesite that we have on the top and have very minimal stone just so it actually fits in with that idea. Well, I just almost popped a... Oh boy. Okay, okay. Breathe, Mike. Breathe. Oh, that was a precarious situation. That went from bad to worse. And people give me so much slack in my comments for the amount of light sources and torches I place down, but there's a reason why I do it. I've also gone ahead and decided to actually take this up a level so that we can actually continue our bridge design that we used over there. I'm also throwing down some polished andesite bricks in the mix, and this is just to kind of help give it that kind of like crafted, carved feel that the dwarves would have in their builds. Just to kind of help accentuate the sort of the brick and the kind of build to it, that's all. Then we're just having a quick trip down to the bottom of the world to go and grab some cobbled deep slate as well as some normal deep slate. And apparently digging this way activated a shrieker, so I want to see if I can mine this out before the warden spawns. Oh boy. Right away! Then we're going to get to work building up the same cliff texture that we have previously, but this time I'm actually including a little bit of cobbled deep slate just underneath the walkway, just to try and help accentuate the depth. Yeah, like I said, without shaders, it's looking pretty damn good. Taking a quick break, I do need to go ahead and start doing some preparation for another project that I have in mind for the next video. However, doing a very quick bit of math, I realised I'm going to need 2.5 double chests full of glowstone for the project that I'm working on. So once again, like I've said for the past year, that's going to have to go on the back burner for now. And I actually completely forgot that I actually left this farm running. Have we been gathering loads of bone meal? Oh boy, yes we have, is the answer to that question. But I do need to switch you off a second, because we do need pale moss, but I am wanting to farm a little bit of normal moss here, because once again, I need this for the next project of the next video. I really hope I don't break this. I think I may break this. Yeah, I broke it. Okay, I just accidentally placed down a block, which all seems to be fixed now. I am also going to have to fill this gap in, but I'm just in the process of building a little room in our little cellar that we've got going on here, so just fill you in for now. And I'll admit, not the most efficient use of space ever, but it just needs to be done so we can gather up a huge backlog of moss blocks. We're not really that interested in trying to keep hold of much other stuff, so I'll probably just manually have to come in and just take this out. I could build like an item sorter and just filter out everything but the moss blocks. That could be a shout. And that should be a very basic item sorter. And again, I'm not going to apologize for the inefficiencies here, but it works. Only one way to find out. Oh yeah, there we are. That bamboozled me for a second, but we can leave that running. But I will give that 20 minutes and we'll see how much we can gather, which will give us a good indication of how much we can make per hour, I suppose. And whilst that's running, we can actually go ahead and farm a little bit more cobble, as we are running a little bit low on our cobble supply. That should just about fill us up. Go ahead and just store this real quickly. But let's check. This chest has been running for 20 minutes. Almost a double chest. If my calculations are correct, that means it's almost 10,000 moss per hour. That is incredible. That's exactly what we're looking for going into the next episode. I would like to just go ahead and say an absolutely huge thank you to everybody that's tuned into these videos since the start of the new year. It's been a great comeback after taking a couple of months off to focus on work, but I am so happy with the progress that we've made. But unfortunately, that is all that she wrote for this week, guys. Thank you so much for watching. I've been Mike James, and I really can't wait to bring you guys the next couple of projects that we're going to be working on, because they are going to level up our build, and it's been an incredible journey so far, and I'd love to say that we could have made way more progress in 2,000 days. I'm sure there's plenty of players out there that could have done a way better job than I. Starting this week off, I'm going to use this free shulker whilst we've got it and fill it up with golden carrots. So we're going to take all the baked pataties we can carry, and heading into our new food hall, we can go ahead and start trading up for golden carrots. Then we can rinse and repeat. Then we can finally buy the carrots. Well, admittedly, that did take a bit longer than I was anticipating, but we've finally got a few stacks of golden carrots, which should last us a while. Then I've head outside the mountain real quickly, and I've already found exactly what I'm looking for, which is a little dandelion. The last dandelion of the season. Because I am a sucker for color coding my shulkers. There we are. We now have our food shulker on the go, so that's finally that done, you know, just after 2,000 days, but hey ho. Jumping back inside, this is where I really want to go ahead and jog your guys' memory and take you back. This project is supposed to be a shadow effect, which, as you can tell by the space that we need to fill, is going to require several double chests full worth of glowstone and black glass. So it's a project which I've been putting off and off and off, and this week I'm definitely not going to be able to get it done, but I'm certainly going to make some progress towards finishing it, hopefully before we hit 2,000 days. Whether or not that's doable probably isn't, but we'll give it a try. And the question I'm asking myself is whether or not I actually kept my fishing farm operational. Oh yes, that's exactly what we're looking for, because we're gonna go ahead and make some water breathing potions. I also don't think it would hurt to just grab a few buckets of milk as an emergency, because if you haven't clicked on already, we are indeed going to try and raid a few monuments to see if we can try and get ourselves a couple of bits of sponge. As some of you may remember, we do indeed have a monument right near our base, so this is going to be the first stop, and hopefully we don't die. Ooh. Just got to remember that I am not invincible in this game. And there's our first bit of sponge. Very nice. I should have 100% brought TNT on this mission, and fully regretting the fact that I didn't. There's the second one down. There's the third. Now the real question is, where is the sponge room? I actually have no idea. I am aware that it doesn't spawn in every single place, but I'm hoping it spawns in this one, because I would really not like to go through this again if it's at all possible. Oh, gold. This is a very welcome surprise. Oh, we definitely need this gold. Oh, I found it. I found it. I was literally just about to record saying, oh yeah, I don't think there is a sponge room in here, so I'm going to bail. And then I literally found it. I honestly was just about to leave. Oh my god. Right, so it was like, oh boy. Oh, that was close. Oh! Oh well, I think I'm far enough away now. Oh, that was a close call. A nice little haul of 23 sponges, which will do great for us moving into our first build of this episode. And so we jump outside, run into a bit of an issue here, as I am going to go ahead and build a squid farm, which is what this has been leading up to, so we can farm the black ink. However, I really wanted to build it inside our dwarven mountain. However, it's just not viable, as you need a river biome, and unfortunately, it looks like we're going to have to clear all of this water out. So it's a good job we got the sponges. But let's go ahead and get to work. Where unfortunately the replay mod got corrupted, so we don't have the first segment of me placing down the glass, so we're going to jump forward to that being done. Many apologies. Well, that was a task and a half. I'm not going to lie, it took me well over an hour and a half just to get all of this cleared, but it is now done, and as per normal dwarves, I am just clearly not very good with a sponge. Then we jump into the nether where we can start gathering the resources to be able to build the squid farm. We're going to need a little bit of wood. Not to mention that we also need to get rid of all of this anyway, because we're digging all of this down to ground level so that we can make the mountains stand out in the backdrop. Then getting to work crafting a little bit of a workstation, we can go ahead and jump straight back into the time lapse of finishing up the actual farm. Theoretically, we should have pretty much 0, yep, but it's to be completely expected because we haven't actually gone ahead and spawn-proofed the entire area around the farm, meaning that no squids are realistically going to spawn within this water. So what we actually have to do is completely fill in this river. So you'll see from 80 blocks in each direction, I have made a marker where we need to fill into. So, of course, this is going to take so many hours because of how deep the river is. Plus, on top of this, we also need to continue transforming this entire area. As you guys may or may not know, the goal is to dig up all of this area where you can see we've already started, and then we're actually going to build out the base of the mountain to sort of stretch out down into where this body of water is. So we've got a lot of transformation to do. Again, not something we're going to be able to do in this episode. And so with such a big task ahead of me of clearing out a body of water, I began procrastinating by live streaming the process of removing some trees and continuing to terraform the land. Well, this has only solidified just how much we're actually going to need beacons if we're going to get this transformed. Because not only do we have to strip all of this back, we also have to terraform all of this. So it's just not something that's going to be feasible without more beacons, as it just takes way too long. But I digress, so we jump back to the squid farm as we need to collect some sand to help us section off the water into 5-block segments, which will make clearing it much easier. So as we come to finishing up gathering some sand, I am going to say that these days are just not lasting long enough, and I am drawing ever closer to that 2,000 day mark in this world, so we've really got to get a move on. And the purpose of this sand is so that rather than swimming down and placing the dirt manually like we've done for all of these blocks, we can literally just go along and just hold down right click and just let the gravity do its job for us. Okay, we are 100% going to have to change up our strategy right now because, as you can see right here, we've built a wall of sand, and this has taken over almost an entire inventory of sand just to fill this one wall, and we were trying to make 5-block wide channels all the way across here to make using the sponges just that more efficient, and we still have all of these to go, which means it's probably going to take about another 8 or 9 inventories worth of sand. And something I really wanted to stress is that I am trying to do all of this before hitting 2,000 days in my hardcore world, in which I was vastly approaching at this point, so I was trying desperately to find something that would make this process way quicker. So what I thought would speed this process up was building a water removal machine, which meant that we needed honey blocks and slime blocks, so I began by getting some bees that I could take into the nether and begin to build a honey farm, which, to be fair, is something that I've wanted to build in my hardcore world for a while, but unfortunately what I failed to foresee is that this would end up taking me tens of Minecraft days in order to achieve getting the materials to build said machine, in which point it was looking very unlikely that we were going to be able to get this done by the 2,000 day mark. So jumping right into building the machine, I wanted to give Abfielder a big shout out for the design that I used in this video. It was a pretty simple design, however, it's fair to say that in learning the process of building this, I did indeed have a few misfires. Well, this achievement that we've just got certainly seems to describe the situation right now, as we have actually got a bit of a sticky situation going on, as not only did the machine fail, OBS is now failing on me, which is the software that I use to record these videos, as it's now starting to pause and stop recordings after a few seconds, so it looks like we're in for a rough couple of hours. Third time's the charm, and I'm still not confident that this is going to work. Basically, the problem was these blocks here both need to be slime, they can't be honey blocks, which I think I already knew anyway from the TMT Jupiter days. We've got it working, so now we can go ahead and basically drain all this out, and then we are going to need the sponge to basically just go along and do this level here. We'll probably have to use the sponges to clear out the rest, just because it's a bit awkward and it saves me digging it all out, but at least we've got a basic machine running and the science behind it is all there. And now that we had a full understanding of how this machine worked, we could actually get to work in removing the lanes of water that needed to be removed. But that opened up a new can, because I don't like to get overly dramatic on this channel, nor do I like to really bring down the mood, as I am quite generally a positive person. But when I say that beginning this was taking on one of the most arduous journeys that I had ever actually undertaken in this hardcore world, would have been a huge understatement. I several times almost faced complete burnout and almost even hit complete refusal to open up this world. Imagine putting yourself in my shoes. You're going to work every day and you're coming home. The last thing you want to do is really log on to a world where you know that you have to do the same task of tearing down a machine and building it back up several times, and that indeed was the case. And it went on for several days. In fact, it ended up taking me almost 9 days of just constant rebuilding this machine in order to remove all of the water. Oh, you have no idea just how good it feels to know that it is now finally behind us, that we've now got all of the water cleared out and we can now just focus on the terraforming and building in this world, as it is indeed one of my favorite things to do ever. So I'm pretty giddy at the thought of I can now get on with this. Oh, and I just wanted to say, please don't worry about this body of water here. I checked this and I believe that this is a forest biome section of water and not a river biome, so we shouldn't really have any issues with squids in here. But even if we do, I'm just not about clearing water at this point anymore. I'm so over it. So quickly starting with gathering some dirt and grass. Place down some temporary storage, because we're going to need a bunch of it for the project that I've got planned. Where you guys might remember that we did farm some moss in a previous episode, so we can grab some of you. Followed by gathering of some cobble. Followed up by also gathering some stone. Where we've gone ahead and collected a bunch of materials, but I already know that I'm probably vastly underestimating the amount that I need, but we're going to go ahead and craft some coarse dirt. And to avoid having to remove any more water from this world, as it would drive me insane, I decided I was going to take some heavy inspiration from the Lord of the Rings lore and utilize the dwarven pool of Mirrormere in my world. This is essentially a very sacred pool to the dwarves, so although it's not important to get it completed in this particular video, we will go ahead and just lay out the foundations for this pool. It's not the perfect shape, but it's kind of the shape that we were going for, so it'll do for now. Okay, moving on to the next segment. We need to have a blank slate for building our project on, so I'm going to go ahead and cover all of this in a single layer of grass block. So we got to work building the platform where the dwarves would have come to pay their respects and to visit the shrine and to just have a pit stop when they've travelled for a long time before getting back into the city. Then add in a circle outline to the outside, because I thought it would be a really cool touch to make it seem as if the dwarves weren't actually building on the original obelisk that was made, but rather building around it. In this point of the lore, this monument has been standing for 1,000 years, and I'm trying to find the right balance between making it feel like the weather has aged it, but still make it feel like it's still quite new and grandeur, and that the dwarves are still trying to keep on top of maintaining maintaining it and keeping this monument clean, as this monument stands as a testament to the original dwarf who built this kingdom. And that's the first segment done, and it's looking pretty good. Now, each side is not going to be the same. The whole point here is to try and make it seem a little bit different on each corner to just add a little bit of extra layer to the aged effect of all of this. Next, I've moved on to building the stone that the obelisk is going to sit on, as this needs to be sat kind of in the center. So I'm kind of just using a blend of stone and mossy cobblestone to kind of showcase this really aged rock. I'm not trying to do anything special here, and it'll probably need a little bit more texturing with some slabs and some other things later on in the future, but for now, it's just about getting it done. Truth be told, I really wanted this obelisk to be about 4 times the size of this, so it's not exactly the grandiose thing that I had in mind, but it does have mithril at the top, so I suppose it's a good trade-off. I'm now also just redirecting the coarse dirt a little bit, because I felt like the dwarves wouldn't actually build on this sacred body of water, they would build next to it. Obviously, this monument was built quite a long time ago, so I am actually going to have some stairs kind of going down into the water that the original dwarves may have built. But since the other dwarves have now decided that it's too sacred and they haven't used it, so this stairway will have fallen into sort of disrepair, and this way it's just next to the body of water rather than being on top of it. I've just realized we haven't actually checked the war. That's quite a fair bit of ink, considering we haven't actually been AFKing at the optimum spot. This has just kind of been running whilst we've been building. That's pretty cool. That's exactly what we wanted. And the reason for that is I am just not a big fan of AFKing in hardcore in general. I prefer to actually just build things that function passively as you play in the game and making progress on your world. However, that being said, as this is a AFK design initially, I am going to actually give a quick AFK test just to see how well this actually functions. Well, jumping to the obelisk build, I finished off the floors and decided to try experimenting with each one to see which type of style I like best, and then I'll go back round and replace the floors a little bit later on, or maybe I won't, who knows. Well, the monument's done to an extent, but the next thing we have to look at moving on to is the actual squid farm, which is the purpose of this video. As right now the squid farm is completely uncovered and we're in a vast area of flat land which does not look natural in the slightest, so we've got some terraforming to do, and I've got a bit of an idea how I'm going to cover up this squid farm, but I'm making it up as I go along as usual, so just bear with me. So the first part of this terraforming project, I wanted to bring the foot of the mountain all the way out to this build and slowly have a gradual incline right up to the mountain in the background, so that's exactly what I did. I also went ahead and added a rocky outcrop to the build as well, just to try and help insinuate a bit of history to the area where a stone bridge maybe once stood. Before moving on to the actual squid farm itself, where I decided I was just going to build a hill that will place a dwarven watchtower on the top of, and in terms of shading, I didn't actually use deep slate like many people would to kind of add a sense of dark to light shading to help accentuate the shadows, and although it would have made the build feel a little bit bigger by adding in some artificial shadows, I really feel like this area I kind of want to keep just stony and rocky and really messy and just bring it into the dwarven vibe rather than going for the hyper realism look. Then we'll go ahead and finish placing down the stairs on this little dwarven walkway we've got going on. Then gonna grab coarse dirt, because in my efforts to try and make this area feel a little bit more older and ancient for the kingdom, I want this to be kind of like a dried up riverbed, but I want to go ahead and add in a little bit of coarse dirt just to make the area look a bit weathered and a bit marshy and not look so plain and green. So let's go ahead and get some of this in. Then we'll add a little bit around the grassy areas just to kind of make the rocks feel a little bit more natural. Then I want to add a bit more life to the area by trying to create these like rocky outcrop things to make it look as if there's like little boulders and things around there, and just help bring a little bit more life to the area. Then the next thing I want to go ahead and do is connect that bridge that we built over to this part. So we just need to go ahead and build a 4-block wide bridge over to this land here. Then I want to go ahead and blend the bridge into the cobble to just kind of make it feel as if it was all kind of the same. So I was going to build a stairway up to the monument, but I think that the bridge provides more of a defensive strategy into obtaining access to the monument, and that way it's a little bit more monitored and a little bit easier for the dwarves to defend. But I got a bit carried away and kind of forgot to record, but we went ahead and added in a little bit more life to the edge. Then I got to work designing a very small dwarven watchtower. The point of this watchtower is to just be a 1-guard post where they can look out and overlook the obelisk, and for any oncoming intruders. This wouldn't be heavily populated, so I didn't want to do anything too fancy. Then just using the trapdoors to cover up any of the holes and just add a little bit more decor to the area, just to add a bit of colour, because I know that I am not particularly one for adding a lot of colour to my builds at the moment, but I promise I am working on changing that. And that's looking a lot better with a little bit of extra on top. It definitely makes it feel a little bit more imposing. Realistically, I think I probably should have built this a little bit taller and much wider to get a lot more detail and a lot more depth out of this build, but unfortunately it's done for now, so that might have to be something we come back and revisit again in the future. But the honest real truth is there's a lot more life that needs putting into this place, a lot more terraforming, and like everything in this world, it's just one of those projects where I've opened a can of worms and it's actually probably going to take me several weeks to complete this area alone, not to mention the fact that this mountain range is going to consist of about 20 different mountains all dotted around here, and we haven't even got one complete yet. But as the sun rises on day 2077 in our hardcore world, we can now finally begin to make progress towards this project, which we began over a year ago. So drawing to a close on day 2000, it's been an incredible journey. It feels almost poetic to be ending on continuing to work on the mountain and the entranceway, which is where we started this 2000 day journey on from day 1000, and it's been absolutely incredible. But this is just a testament to just the time and the space that it's going to take to build up this project. I want to thank everybody for joining me so far on this journey. If you've got this far and you've actually watched this entire video, props to you. Comment down below and leave a comment, something along the lines of that still only counts as one, because I would love to see just who's made it, who the real OGs are, to the end of the video. However, let's go ahead and end it there. I'll see you in the next video. Don't forget to hit the subscribe button and the like button. I'll see you guys in the next one. Goodbye.